For whatever reason, YouTube gave up on that stream. Very unusual. It always gives you a chance to resume, even if you lose battery or if you're out of proximity of a network, it'll just say resume. But this time, this video did not do that. Could be the subject matter too. I could have said too many keywords. Oh well. So we want to wait to see a few more people rejoin. Hopefully they rejoin. Let me share this link with some of the people on Instagram. So maybe if there's some in that chat, they can tell people it moved. It did move. We back. I'm gonna give it a few minutes. TBFB, we back. Ugh. This old ass couch. Wait for a few more people to come back. Like, comment, subscribe. It's your boy, Honey Buns the Future. Shout to Elijah, shout to TBFB. Shout to the whole crew. Loving the crew. Wait, what? How am I missing the #1 thing I got? That is crazy. I lost something somehow. How did I lose that? Wow. I dropped something. Fuck. I gotta go back up there later. That sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. I do not feel like walking away. Oh well. Oh well. At least I got the essentials. Shout out for sale. Cool, we back. Whatever that was froze on my phone apps and shit too. Yeah, it was unusual. It didn't give me the resume button either. I had to start a whole new stream. It just took it out completely. That's like I said, YouTube been playing games in the fucking background. I don't know what that is. Got 11 pigeons staring at me though. A murder of pigeons is hilarious. There's always a murder of pigeons though. Yeah. They appear right before you die. Or something happens weird. Crows, that is. Pigeons, I don't know what they mean. But if those are crows, you better pay attention that day. I just went through it in March. It's a real phenomenon. It's a real Native American Indian phenomenon. I would fucking know. If anyone would fucking know, it'd be me, my ass. On Pocahontas, I would know. So yeah, shout out to my grandmother. But yeah. Disney always make all my damn grandmothers look like that. Jasmine, Pocahontas, they always make them look like something else. My grandmothers had that hair, but that's not what they look like. They were not that color, buddy. Tell them stop fucking playing my grandma. Saponi Indians. Wow. They act like we ain't here. I'm the queen of the Saponi Indians' grandchild. Of course we're still here. Shout out to the chat one more time. Where was I? Where did I leave off? Where did it cut me? I think for sale was like, dang, that's messed up. And then as soon as I read that comment, it was dead. Yeah. Cut out No One Called You for Her Funeral. Rakim tearing up pumpkin for sale. I still have the book for you, The Clans of Tartaria Squad. Whatever that was froze on my end. Oh yeah. So in that last video, he was asking me what happened to my channel, my content, and I was going through it again in October, like to see what events stick. I got it all journaled somewhere. But anyway, because my family situation got weird too, that signaled to me that I was leaving North Carolina. But leaving North Carolina wasn't a surprise because the whole time I was never supposed to be there. I was only there because she was dying, to give me a chance to see her and to give her a chance, I guess, because that's probably her wish. More than me knowing that she was dying, I think it was more of her power to bring everyone close to her, which she did. And then when she was able to see her son, who was last, she died. So if you look at it spiritually, she called us all back. And then when I moved back, was 2 weeks after he moved close, and so on and so forth. And because of his proximity to me and me nudging him to go see his mother, he did. And then after he did, he died. Cool, she died, so cool. Mind you, I haven't heard from him since either. I don't know where he is. I know I texted him the day of the funeral when he was en route, and he asked me if I was coming. And I was like, no shit, Sherlock, because I would have rode with him. And he never responded when I responded to him. And he didn't respond for the rest of the day. So I called family. One of my family members picked up and was like, yeah, he showed up and he was acting up and blah, 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 you know. They're acting like they're mad at him or pissed off. I was like, this is the wrong energy for a funeral of your, you know, of our family. How else is her son supposed to act, for real? Like, in the worst of case scenarios. I didn't understand the energy in response to that. Like, is that unusual? Do we know what cartoon character we're dealing with? And you know it's the funeral of their mother. Like, surely goodness and mercy shall follow all of us. Like, so, but my point was, it was vague. What did he do? What did he say? What actually happened to make you feel such a way? And I couldn't get a straight answer. That doesn't make sense, by the way. Like, none of it makes sense, and it's still pissing me off a little bit. Anyway, so I hit him up a couple days later, phone number wise. Wouldn't answer my phone calls. Like her son, the one that was moving, because he was moving that week. He had just lost that apartment, so they were going somewhere else. So he's on his way out. But because his mother transitioned, she had left me and him in her will. So it would have, both of our lives would have been fine, or had whatever that was ended up in our hands as it was intended by her, at least. That I do know. I know that from her being in my life the whole time, alluding to it. I know that to be a fact based on what her son was saying. And I know that to be a fact when her brother, my father, had said to me when she had died. And what instructions he gave me, because he knew too. None of that manifested. So I text him, and someone else responds. Because me and him were talking every day, and he's my day one cousin, you know how you know someone's language model? So when he talks in Ebonics, like short sentences. He don't explain himself in text. He's just, it's Ebonics. This person responded in paragraphs. I was like, nah, I love my cousin, but that nigga don't type in paragraphs. I love my cousin too much to think this is him. And he was being sassy. Nope. He's a lot of things. He's not sassy. And of all the sassiness, I know he ain't sassy with me because he know I could beat him up. This person doesn't know about our history. And this is just thoughts in my head. It's like whoever this is, his girlfriend or whoever has his phone, they don't know me and his dynamic. He would never talk to me like that. I'm his big cousin. And he's the oldest. We would never talk to each other like that. I don't talk to him like that. Every time I beat him up, he tried me. So it's not, you know, It's not that. That conversation, that energy, whether his mom was there or alive, wouldn't have had a paragraph, nor wouldn't have went that way. So I was like, oh, someone's playing games on these phones, and it's a woman. Same thing with other text messages. There's a very feminine energy suddenly. Like the women are blocking me out of something I already know about. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't know how to land that. They'll say you're crazy for assuming the damn reality of a situation. That all of a sudden, all of the patterns are suspended suddenly, and now this is normal, and I'm the one that have a problem with it. So something's wrong with me. Cool. Duly noted. So I start cursing people out. I curse out most of my family. Because they're playing with the dead. This ain't that. I don't need anything. This ain't that. I don't want anything from you. I just need to know what the fuck happened to my aunt. And where's her son? Because whoever the fuck that is ain't him. Never got an answer. To this day. So that April was one of the toughest months of my life. Because I didn't just have to process the grief of losing my day one aunt, my mother's best friend. They're both dead now, right? Both assigned to me. So now I'm by myself in that regard. But now everyone in the surrounding storyline, online or off, family or not, is on a weird type of time. Now the rest of the world will say the same thing, like the people in their lives are being weird too. Okay. These fools said they didn't have no mRNA, so I don't know what caused it, but they got weird too, with or without it. So that's a global override, the strangeness of people. Plus whatever the mRNA is doing to limit the brain vessels of others in the same paradigm. Trust me, it stacks. So I had to start to prepare to leave everything behind. Remember, I deleted my channel before she died. Then she died. And I was like, oh, okay. The whole world is dead. So I was just following the steps. I already read the book already. Like, all right, this is over, that is over, she is over. AKA my anchor to North Carolina, it's over. My anchor to that story, to that family dynamic is over. So much to the point, even now today, I don't even want the answers. The answers would insist a whole bunch of other things that are wrong to get them later on top of that, like the delay in between it. It would tell me that people are conspiring together and all kinds of things. I can do it psychically. I can almost deduce what it is. But like I said, that answer doesn't matter. It's, to me, it's evil. That's evil. Whatever it is, whatever the details are, whoever did what or said what or chose to do things a certain way, this way, now that's all evil. Deliver me from evil. Deliver me from temptation. I know that's right. It don't seem evil though. Like when you don't have the smoking gun or the convictions or the things that go with that, of course. But you know none of it makes sense. So if it doesn't make sense, it's evil. God doesn't do that. Nothing from God or from, if you will, universe is going to leave you isolated and not know why. Especially not behind the death of her. That's weird. If anything, it should have brought people closer. Because they're running out of people. Yeah. Running out of power sources to keep the family and dynamics together. Grandfather gone, she's gone. Now I'm gone. That's not, God wouldn't do that to nobody in any of these parts of the story. Why would God divide the family up? I suppose that answer would only make sense if that was God doing it, but God didn't do that. God saved me from whatever it was in my local version of it. And I can tell by how everything has been since. Quiet, calm, peaceful. Everything but me. May came through, so I knew my lease was up. I knew my money was up. Everything was up. So it's all or nothing. And I had to make some very interesting adjustments to sustain through May. All part of the story. Thank God. I know how to do that already. So I adjusted. I started packing. I started throwing things out. I started getting ready because I knew originally 4 years prior where I was headed. I was headed to the West. But now I definitely ain't got a way to go there. Or I had money, but not enough to do everything at once. I held on to as much money as I could possibly, humanly could. And a lot of great people in our tribe supported and donated as well, which helped tremendously. Shout out to all of you. But didn't know where I was going. Didn't know how I was going to get there. Then June came and I got locked up for a day over misrepresented data. I don't even need to get into it. But that was just the what do they call it? The nail in the coffin for me with those people. So okay, so not only is it foul, now it's dirty. So it's foul and dirty. Okay, so foul towards me, towards my experience. So it's foul and dirty to me. So I'm not getting closer to that. And something's telling me, just the universe, how it manifested. Even in my own taking accountability for my actions that led to that, which wasn't that bad. Like I said, I was just cursing people out for playing with my aunt and playing with my mother's name. I couldn't have let that slide, no matter what, no dimension. Especially who was doing it. So I made the right choice. They didn't. Cool. That's my opinion. Cool. But now I know what it is, though. I don't have to think of what it is. Now I know what it is, right? Because that played out that way. So that was interesting. Still dealing with the ramifications of it too, by the way. But no probation, no this, no this, no that, which is why I can go anywhere I want still. Because it's not really a crime, per se. Weird. So anyway, God is good still. So June comes around, I get out of that, and I go, okay. I know how to rate the intensities of stories, like when manifestations or things play out. It's like, oh, that was the summation of some shit. Now it's June. I definitely got to go now. Where the fuck am I going? Don't know. I call some of my more extended family, the ones who are not local. They're all going through something. All of their energy was off. This is weird. Do you think the people that would even address even the conversations in June, they're weird? It's like, okay, I know how this game works. Hot, cold. These are all cold. Okay, it's all right. It's not. I can't take it personal. So then there's just nothing. Just me and my phone for about a week or two. So I existed in a mental space that allowed me to be okay with all of that. Well, I also think about my aunt tremendously, and my mom, because they're connected in my brain. So okay, this is one of those stories. All right, it's all done now. So she's dead now. It's final. This is the result of her death. All right now, it's my aunt's fault. But I know my aunt. She wouldn't have had me do nothing different. She would went just as hard, if not harder, for me. So I'm at peace with that, at least. But on a random Wednesday, or Tuesday, I got the nudge in myself to make one more phone call. Let me call someone I know out west, just to see if I get a lead or any information on what to expect. Because I'm about to pack up this shit and get on the damn Greyhound across the country. Worst case, save some money that way, and I'll figure it out when I touch down. I always do. Not always easy though, by the way. It's not a comfortable decision to make, but you live through enough of those, you know you get to the other side of it when you're thinking. So you're like, no, I went through that before. I made it. All right, I'll make it. I believe in me. I believe in God, so yeah, something happened. So I called the brother Malachi, who was in Hollywood at the time. And he never answered. Texting, nothing. Phone call, nothing. Discord, nothing. Just MIA, still. To this day, he's still not present. And mind you, nothing happened between me now. I'm using his phone. I had just received this iPhone 12 from him. He wanted to send me his camera. He had an old Sony, he got a new Sony. He tried to send the Sony camera and something happened, got shipped back. And then he had an idea, spiritual intuition. Let me send you my old iPhone instead, since I just got the new one. I was like, cool, I got an iPhone 8, so which one? He said, I got a 12. I said, perfect. As long as it has the new OS. I don't have to buy a new phone. I'll take that. And the camera's better for the content I was doing. I was like, cool, whatever. I'll still buy another camera for what me and him were talking about. Because I gave him my synthesizer, my Hydra. So he was just paying me back, kind of, like in his own way. Cool. So I couldn't get in contact with him. But then I remembered who our mutual was. Then something told me to call her. I would never call that person under no circumstances. I've only called that person if Malachi didn't answer. So I called that person. They answered. They remembered me. They're like, oh, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, this is happening. They're like, call this person. And I wanted to express myself more. She said, call them now. I know that energy. All right, auntie, I got you. Got off the phone with auntie. That was so wild. That was a 2-minute conversation. She didn't want to hear it. She already had the answer. That's how you know God's in the midst of something. Everybody else needs the gory details. She didn't need no details. It was immaterial. She had the solution. Call this person. Thank you. I called that person. Even shorter conversation. Oh yeah, no problem. Well, yeah. Da-da-da. Little did I know that was her son-in-law. He was doing it for his mother. That's a whole different favor. That's a whole different referral link right there. They didn't refer me to a stranger. They referred me to a family member. So 2 days later, I make a few more adjustments, add up all the costs, got another donation, bought a plane ticket, and I came here. And I've been here for 5 months ever since. Way more time on this side than on the time where everything transpired, which is the craziest thing about it. I'm on the other side of it. More time between it and where I'm at than it and when it started. And I only did that because I refused to drop down my vibration. I refused to let any darkness or thoughts or anything of the contrary exist for a long time. It persisted, but that was not my resting space. Anger was a little bit trickier. It was the anger I had to get past. Mm-hmm. She shouldn't have went out like that. None of that should have transpired like that. And I shouldn't have had to make such an extreme adjustment to myself, in my opinion. Just my opinion. I don't know. But how I was feeling about it. It's like, there's no reason for me to have gone through all that. Because someone died? Because someone who loved me died. Because someone who loved me, who died, who had left me with something to make sure that I'd be all right, even when they were dead. And I still didn't get that. That's fucked up. That'll make you angry. Thank God I knew how to manage anger since I was a kid. Transform it into strength, resolve, courage. Can't be stopped when you're angry under normal circumstances. It's fuel. It's fuel to keep going. Whether you're going through a wall, around the wall, or over it, anger gonna take you there. It's gonna take you to that fucking wall. And I'm glad it was anger instead of sadness. Sadness robs you. Anger gives you adrenaline. I needed it. Thank God I got into that fight. It set the tone. As within, so without. So when I look on it in that respect, the beeline to where I got now and what I've been going through lately, it's like, oh, it's working out. It would seem to me that I'm in this position where I'm at now because of what happened. Another way of saying that is, had it not been for those things happening, I would not be here. Exactly where I said I would go 4 years ago. It was a very long manifestation. It took 4 years. How long does it take an elephant or a horse to have a kid? Gestation. So the gestation of this reality is 4 years. And it took a lot. Something money could not do. It doesn't cost that much money anyway. I had the money already to just do it. Several times in those last 4 years. But I was trying to go a different way. And then life and people and family and her death and everything had to take place. Had I got here a minute earlier, had I got here 4 years ago, I probably would have missed her funeral anyway, but I don't know how that would have played out. Maybe I wouldn't have talked to her son. Maybe he wouldn't have gone and seen her before she, I don't know. We don't know. We'll never know, actually. But it seems that the sequencing was perfected. And then that sequencing, and now my new background story, you unlock a new bio. I have a whole new bio now. Permitted me to walk in the energy and space I walk in now. I wouldn't have done it no other way. I wouldn't have done it. I would have played it safe. I would have played it the safest. Thus, I would have missed all these different ways, paths. But these paths are all taking me to the same thing. Because this ain't my manifestation. This was the first step of what I was manifesting. So I'm at the beginning. So for the past 5 months, I've known that. That I've known. I've known that, oh shit, I'm exactly what the fuck I thought I was trying to do 4 years ago. And this was the compromising part of that plan. And then from this, I go there. Okay. It looks like it. It looks like if I got this, and that was my plan 4 years ago, then I know the rest of my plan from 4 years ago now. Look, this shit ain't random. I'm not in Michigan. I'm not in Wyoming. I'm not in Seattle. I'm exactly where that sequence started. So I had to spend the last 5 months reconditioning my mind and get out of the old reality mentally, which is the hardest part of it. They call it closure in some cases. But I'm not closing weird dynamics with people. I've met too many people and I've lost too many people. So I know that is not the focus. The focus for me is to find myself again after all of that. To closure of the chapter I was in. Closure of my self-limiting beliefs and limitations. Closure of all the paths I entertained in the meantime that could have went the other way and didn't. I have hard data now. I'm right here streaming in front of you in fucking Las Vegas. I'm here. That's not my design. It's close to it though. It worked out better this way, actually, because I know this is a plateau. I had to figure nothing out much. I didn't have to meet any minimum requirements. Although I did. I met the minimum requirements to be here, but I didn't meet any of the requirements on paper. One exception after another, one protection after another, and then the favor on top of that, because it's not just being somewhere. That'd be a cool enough story by itself. You know, anything's better than homeless. Absolutely, absolutely. All glory to God. It's part 2, but that is not what this story is. That was never why that happened anyway. God doesn't do things to flunk you out. You'll feel flunked out because you got to let go of some shit you're attached to mentally. That's on you though. That's why you got to do it. You got to overcome yourself. Fear, limitations, lack, the unknown more than anything. It's just the unknown of it. We don't know everything. We don't know how everything's going to play out. We don't know how much time you got in any segment or story. We know. You know through your jobs and relationships experiences that the shit just ends. But you keep going, so I'm still going. 5 months later, October 2025, from some shit that happened January 25th, March 16th, April 15th, April 22nd, May whatever the fuck, June 15th. All those supermoons, all those harvests, all those planetary alignments too. Don't sleep. Those are all planetary alignments. All my changes happened on. Every last single one, actually. So now, it's up and it's stuck. I don't know. I don't know anything, actually. Because now because I went through this again, to the intensity I went through it, I no longer have any of those, I don't want anything I used to want. None of the people I used to know, none of the circumstances I was trying to create. It's completely blank. Outside of the essential things, outside of getting certain things back that are essential, but the life, the reason, the purpose, the way it would happen, gone, smoked. This is going further in a different direction that I'm not even trying to go. Actually, it's taking me somewhere. It's showing me something, and that's when you're waiting. That's what the patience is, because you're only impatient about you getting what you want. And then you find out, like most things you get, whether it's technology, toys, or games, yeah, you want it and you get it, but then you know that wanes off. So what's the purpose of being divinely guided to everything you want when just as soon as you get it, it's gone? Like the energy, the novelty of it, those type of things wane off fast. Especially if they don't serve a greater purpose or if they're not adding up to something that you're building, which is things, moments, experiences. I'm trying to get out of that mentally, like that pattern, that way of patterning. You can pattern anything, but you can paint anything, but I'm painting the wrong pictures. So I've had time to think about that. I've had time to reassess, realign with myself. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. Yep. Gotta find yourself again. Lord have mercy. I was doing something totally different. I was working on something totally different. I was going a whole different direction. Nope. Detour. Cool. I'm cool with detours. I'm used to that. Even in my best of days, things go left. Nope. It ain't that either. You're not even going to be able to turn around. Matter of fact, this is your last trip going that direction. What? No, it's not a detour until you get back home. It's a detour like you're never going back home. What? It's impossible. So it took an option away from me. Huh. It's what they said about the Moors. Or all those wars you hear about with boats. They pull up on a different land or an island and they burn the boats. Why? So you can't turn around. So you can't run away. So you have to face that walled city. There is no other option. Either you go and you win, or you stand here and you die. But there is no going back. So if you're afraid of death, you better make it count. If you're afraid of death, you better make it count. You better take that city. It's the only way you're gonna live. You're gonna need time to build a new boat. Tell everyone you won too, so you ain't going nowhere, win or lose. For a while, so you better get on it. You better win. You better start winning now. Exactly. You better start doing what you gotta do, period. And that looks different depending on what chapter or season or senior. It's different person to person, the way it expresses itself. But it's always gonna demand the same thing. That you do something different. That you face whatever that limitation is because there's nothing else for you to do at that point. That's what makes it difficult. You cannot distract yourself. Nothing will entertain you. Nothing will fill you. Nothing will go the way that it used to go. It'll literally, it's what every metaphysician says. Whatever hermeticist said. All of them say the same thing. The old world is dead. The old world, experience, realm, thoughts, all of it, as within, so without. All of that's dead. And then you go, oh man, that sucks. Then you go to the Bible. Same fucking story. Oh man, once I start seeing it in the Bible play out, I was like, oh shit. I'm one of those people. My life proves it. My life proves it. I am one of those people. I'm one of their kids. I tell you. If I'm not living their life again, so then you turn to Jeremiah. I did not take these things away from you. I did not subject you to these things to harm you, but to give you hope in the future. Fear not. If God be for you, who can be against you? All that kickback in. Like, oh, God did this. Lord. Yep. This is ordered. This is divinely prepared. You ain't gotta like it though. Timing is everything. And it ain't on your time clock. You think your timing is bad. Wait till you run into one of those moments when you just gotta wait for God. Someone who's classically late. What did Shanti say? I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. Same story. So that's the way we perceive it though. Because we're spoiled. We want what we want when we want it. Even if it's not good for us. Some of the things you want ain't gonna be good for you. Especially if it's not for you. Some of the things we want that's general consensus that our community and our society conditioned us to want. It's not good for you. The way I wanted to walk this out probably wouldn't have been good for me. If I could have walked it out with all the things and all the other context in place that I would have created, I wouldn't have gotten all the other things I got instead. And I'll say that more than anything I can get, the awareness that I got because things played out the way they did, I wouldn't have, nothing I can do or create or plan would have even prepared me to be aware, to appreciate, to understand what I understand now. It could have changed a little bit. I could always come up with a better way. I was like, well, couldn't you just send me an email? Nah, some shit you just gotta live through. Live through. Some shit you gotta survive to really understand something. It's one thing to read about it. It's one thing to see a movie and an adaptation of it. It's one way to hear another person's testimony or story about some real shit. But surviving some real shit, when everything is wrong, when everything's going wrong, when everyone and all the things at once, all in one fucking season, all in a spring harvest, all in the spring solstice, all of it. When all of it hits you at once, and you can still get up and smile, you can still get up and walk, smoke your black and mild, you can still thank God, you can still see over the fog of war, when you can still bring things into your reality, you're still manifesting in the meantime, when you can still just keep going. And then when you look back, ain't nothing there for you anyway. Not even you. I'm not back there either. There's nothing to go back to. I'm not there. That takes time. Because it's not the world that's dead. It's not the old world that's dead. There is no old world without you. It's the old you that has to die. The old you created that world. By what you did or didn't do, what you could or couldn't have done. That's you. It's fine. It'll die anyway. It'll die anyway. It could have been the best build I ever made. Guess what? Once God orders the change, it'll die. It would have died anyway. So that's why I'm glad I didn't reach the pinnacle of anything, because it's not a reset of my highest mountain either. I'm just beginning to climb it. My life just started. My life just started. Everything else was someone else's design or suggestion. Right in time for 40. When you become a man at 40. Cool. Shout out to David. Let me run it back. That's where I stopped. Oh yeah, the cut. And no one called your funeral. We back Karut on the track. Your cousin's still missing. I have no way of knowing. But no, he has not been in contact with me, and no one has mentioned him in passing either. This now says, yep, somehow arguments, and then wife or girl always gets a hold of their phone, and all of a sudden those people's texts become so extensive and filled with questions and repetition. Yeah. For sale says you already know. I kind of do. Mock Sandcars, God bless you, appreciate you. Where's Ann Malachi? I don't know. DJ Georgie Porter says, Brigadier General LNR Groenworld is declaring his troops would be tasked with protecting protesters. This is the Antifa versus National Guard news. 3, really appreciated building with Malachi. Hope he's doing well. Same story. Purcell says safe zone. Yeah. Antifa, National Guard versus Ice and MAGA. To God be the glory. What's the time out there? West Coast Standard Time, West Coast time, BST. David Arce, wow. Had to find a new shot because then how other one went offline for some reason. Crazy. USA is a sick place at the moment. It's a pity. Maybe the beginning, but won't be the end. Come on now. You may not be where you thought you would be, but you will be where you should be. Davis, yes. TVFP3 overcoming. When everything feels like it's out of your hands, everything is as it should be. Just own it. David Arce, you got it. For sale, but you always make it to the next adventure. Come on now. To God be the glory. Kayla in the building. Hey. Jonathan says 3. Someone's classically busy too. Then so be it. If not, he will allow me to continue doing whatever works. Wherever that will take me. You have a platform, keep doing you. Shout out to you, Davis. It's not up to us, but just know you had an impact on many. I appreciate you. Yeah. That Jonathan Says 3 this past season was wild. Come on, man. Previously on X-Men. It's not like some Fox cartoons on Saturday morning. Previously on X-Men. Previously on the Power Rangers. Like, I'm just tired now. I'm just now getting tired. Because it was a lot. It was a lot that I didn't sign up for. But at the same time, I did. I didn't sign up for that. But I guess I did sign up for this. I had to go through that to get to this. Like you said, own it. I got exactly what I want. I got the answers to all the lingering questions up to that moment. Even if I don't understand the answer, or it wasn't the answer I wanted, but it was the answers I needed. No further questions, Your Honor. Now I'll allow everything else to play out and work out in my favor. It will. I ain't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Whatever Doja Cat was making fun of us for saying. Didn't do nothing. I didn't know. You don't have to do anything. That's the other shit about it. You don't have to do nothing for it to happen to you. It's not that. It's not a consequence. It's not like, oh, you remove the book and the door open. No. You could be outside and a damn plane will crash into your damn house. You don't have to do nothing to be extremely inconvenienced or redirected. You don't have to do anything to the road to encounter a detour. You don't have to do anything for other people to change their polarity. It's mood by mood, day by day basis. So, without a victimhood, without a blame, and with the fizzling of anger, which is now signaling rest, which is a beautiful sign that I'm getting more tired. Because most of this year I've only slept like, 6 hours? I couldn't stay asleep. As soon as the sun come up, I'm up. Which is good. It's a good pattern now. But some things only happen when you sleep. Some dreams only take place when you're asleep. Some manifestations only load when you're resting. And that's all hermeticism, right? You take your consciousness to sleep with you. Whatever you imprint feeling-wise before you fall asleep is what internalizes into the subconscious. And then eventually that fine-tunes your aura, your energy, and then your life matches it. You get strange phone calls, confirmations, donations, all kinds of things happen. And you're like, okay, at least I'm in the right energy to receive. At least I'm in the right energy to not be sad. At least I'm in the right energy not to be like down or hard against myself for things out of my control. Something you learn when you're younger, but to be reminded. Not only were the bad things out of my control, but the great things were out of my control too. So you pick, since you only think about one of them at a time. Am I going to dwell on the things that were unideal, out of my control, or am I going to continue to remember and to consider and to recount all the beautiful things that are out of my control that happened anyway? Call and response. The call may have been weird, but the response was awesome. I'm not in my idolized state, but I don't even know what that is no more. What would be ideal for me, given what I know now? What would be ideal for me? If I take inventory of all my previous experiences and the things I tried to build, would I build them again that way? No. Would I go that direction? No, I can't. Would I deal with those people? No. And without even being deep about why, it's just I'm older. All of that's fading anyway. Our people are dying anyway. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying? You can't go there, so it doesn't matter why. She's dead. And whatever that effect is on the entire group, it is. Why live there? Why be there? No reason. Except for to tell other people or to share the story, or others who recognize the same pattern in their own life, and then be comforted in the idea that when those things happen, people do make it. People do get out of it. People do end up better off. That's where my bet is. I'm gonna be way better off than I ever could have imagined previously. Because there's less to consider. There's less other things on my imagination. There's less people contributing to that going another way. It's just me now, and for all intents and purposes. And I can do it any way I want now, like guideline-wise, rules-wise, understanding-wise, especially. Like, I don't even care if they understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you don't understand, then you can't understand. Like, if you don't understand it, you can't understand it. It's cool. You stop needing confirmation from people, family, friends, girlfriends, whatever it is. You stop. You get out of your codependency on the consensus of your local reality. That's the wrong order of things. You only need to have a consensus with your mind, your attitude, your mood, your frequency, your heart, your mind. You're like, that's the only thing that needs to be on the same page. Whether it's against your mama or the president of the United States. It ain't got shit to do with you. It influences you. But influence isn't fixed. People can influence you to be stupid. People can influence you to be smart. Two people can be influenced by the same person and have two different results. So obviously it's still the individual at the end of the day. And you realize you're an individual at the end of the day, connected to something bigger. And then you can just go from there. Uh-huh. I'm in a new Grand Theft Auto now. I got a new map. Car be here next. See what type of trouble I can get into with that shit. I know the ladies are out here. So trust me, I know where I'm at. But then, even that, it's like, yeah. In due time, I suppose. That's not where I'm going, though. I'm going somewhere else. Yeah. Makes sense. Now it makes sense why none of the other shit would work. Now it makes sense why I didn't get here in the other conditions or contexts, because it bringing sand to the beach, man. Why am I bringing sand to the beach, bro? Exactly. So even she's out here. Very interesting. Right next door. I know that signal from, what your boy Kendrick say? I can feel your energy from 2 planets away, you know what I'm saying? You can tell. It's a game of hot and cold. I can sense my daughter already. The veils of it. Now I get it. If I code switch to my daughter, it all makes sense. A person that is not here yet. Theoretically, there's a few steps you have to pass to make that real. I don't. I know her already. I know. Like, I know cognizance. I'm cognizant of her already. That was the weirdest thing about it, this whole story. I can say it's because of my daughter. Because of who she is. She can't be no one else because of who I am. Yeah. I had to figure out who I was before she got here. This is not another kid story. So I had to prepare myself for what that's going to be. Europa. How much battery I got? I got enough to fucking finish this. What did I drop? How did I drop that? My dumb ass. I do not feel like walking back. No time soon. I'm gonna have to take a nap before I do that shit. I'm gonna wait for the damn sun to fall. But yeah, when I started thinking about Europa, that's when all the math and all that shit started making sense. I know. It's weird. I never felt like that before. Wow. I've had the idea in my head. But now, because of the way things transpired, I saw what was happening. I was like, oh. Our bloodline is, we reincarnate. We reincarnate. So this is what our book is preparing us for the kingdom of heaven and all that stuff. They're just talking about a bloodline of people from somewhere else that are coming back that come back through us, that come back through natural processes. It's the spirit or the soul that's returning, but it'll be in a new vessel. Hence, old, old blood in new wineskins, or new. What is the Mandela effect now? Bottles. No fucking bottles 6,000 years ago, so they cat as fuck. But yeah, new blood, new wineskin, or old blood, new wineskin. We're old blood. Yep. So she'll be here soon. And when she gets here, my whole life changes again. God damn. I can't have nothing. I had to sacrifice my life for myself just to have a daughter. I know it. Like, I don't know much, but I know that. I know what it's for. I know it's for her. And whatever she's going to do for the world, per se. Absolutely. So it's worth it. As long as I have that thought, I'm good. The boats are burned. Either I'll live long enough to have my daughter or I die. Ain't nothing else to do. Because I know who she is. Yup. Conviction. Then hopefully I'll live long enough for her to get older, for her to have her awakening, and for her to tell me that she understands. That's going to be the fun part. Now I know all the things to do and say, or not do and not say. I know all the signs to look out for. I know what happens. Now I know what happens. I went through it. She gonna go through it, but it's so much easier. My dad woke me up when I was a kid. Because he knew the same thing. He told me that one day. He said, yeah, I knew I had to wake you up when you were younger because I knew life was going to be a certain way. Good call. He could have handled it better. He could have did that better, but he did it. He succeeded in his mission of waking me up. What does that mean? Easy. When people are on autopilot when they're kids or young, they're just living life according to their environment. There's no sense of being connected to something more ancient or more significant outside of whatever you're doing as an individual. When someone wakes you up, what they're saying is they're giving you an awareness or perspective on yourself, life, and all the intangible things in between you. So when you wake up, like when I woke up as a kid, I went from a kid who was just doing kid shit to a conscious kid who was all of a sudden overthinking everything. That's what he did. That's what he did wrong. He turned it on in an environment, in a time actually, where it was just too much for a kid, I think. It was too much for me. I got used to it being too much. And that's what I'm getting over. But it worked. Like his methods, his madness worked. I'm woke. He opened me up to the veil when I was a kid. Power suggestion. He let me know everything but God, which is the funniest thing. He did everything but God for real. It was weird. But it's, I guess for him, it was just in him. It was tradition. It was our culture. It was our bloodline. They have to, with us. So it happened to him. It happened to me. It happened to her. And each time it gets better. I was strong enough to go through it that way, though. She won't have to be. That's uncivilized. 90s cracker? No thanks. To be conscious around a bunch of unconscious people? No thanks. To be aware of things that no one gets, they think it's funny or they don't take it serious? Not fun. Not fun at all. Where you can see things in people before they can see it, and then they get mad at you that you're right, as if you being right was why it happened? Not fun. Not fun at all. Not fun at all. Seeing things as they were, you know, the lockdown, the mRNA and all that stuff, when the whole world wants to ban you, fuck up your money, call you names, Now everyone fucking sick with turbo cancers? Yeah, definitely not fucking fun. But at the same time, I wouldn't have lived without it. So now I gotta get to her. That's it. Foregone conclusion. Already did. Cool. Walk it out. That's it. When you know what your waypoint is, like, oh, I'm getting to my daughter. Cool. Story loading. Cool story. Coolest fucking story ever. For me. Because one thing is for sure, two things for certain. Her fucking mother was not nowhere near North Carolina. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't miss. I do not miss. I do not miss. I knew that. I knew that deep in my soul. Like, nah, she ain't out here, boy. Impossible. Why the fuck would she be here? I don't want to be here. So it's fine. I'm fine. I just gotta, I don't even have to figure out. I do have to figure out stuff, but I don't have to figure out that. I had to figure out how to not fuck that up. To give you hope in the future. That solves both of those. My child is my hope. My child is my future. It's literal. The kingdom of heaven is inside of you. Genetics is literal. A whole book about breeding and agriculture. It's always about a future generation. You break these curses for them. That's all it is. My family had that much negative escrow from the last 150 years, I guess, that I got chosen to break it, to break that pattern, to break those habits, to break those results, to break that direction they go. That's a tall fucking order, man. If you get chosen to do some dumb shit like that. Like, damn, you couldn't choose one of my cousins? Nah, you're it. That's the beautiful thing about having a bad life. Like, your origin, like if it's fucked up, it's usually, if you live, if you stay strong, if you persist, if you do everything you can do, and the only things you can do, if you do them to the best of your abilities, it's going to get better than you can imagine it because of the backdrop, because of the story. Contrast, novelty. So now, once things land for me, I go, well, I got 40 years of it not. It'd be a while before I become ungrateful about this shit. I got 40 years of bullshit to be grateful for. Like, yeah, I'm good now. Now whatever happens to me, like when things start to stack back up, I go, I know why now. Now I know why. Now I know why there's so much grace in my life. It's not me. It is, but it's not. It's what's after me. Our people come from a torn reality, you know? People coming to this land and betraying us and stealing everything and subjecting us to citizenship. That's out of order by itself, and now the system that did that to us is out of order. And no greater parallel than me waking up to it, by the way. Don't miss that shit. This shit is quantum entangled to me, too. So the more I wake up, the more that system goes to sleep. The more I realize what the truth is, and the more I realize what not to chase and what not to give energy and belief into, the more those things die. Just from my perspective, right? The way I'm experiencing this. So I did it, and I did what I was supposed to do. I'm not trying to keep it alive. I'm not dismayed. I'm not surprised. I'm not sad that the things are dying, per se. Because I know what that means. On butterfly wings, I know what that means. That means something greater is about to be in its place. That's just God's style. It's going to be completely and utterly destroyed to let you know who did it. And then you know who was rebuilding it. It was divine time we're all in. All of us are affected by a divine change in time. Hence. The Simpsons. Mm-hmm. The old clouds are back, at least for now. It's a different world. You don't have that weird shit they're spraying in your goddamn water or in your damn eyes. So that's way above our pay grade. Something ordered that shit. Our people come from broken families and stuff in recent history. Latchkey kids, parents who gotta work all the time, who are tired or frustrated all the time. I see how that does. She won't go through the same. Mathematically impossible. So yeah, you find the thing that makes it worth it for you, and then you just stop worrying, because it's either that or death. And I'm pretty sure when you're dead, there's no worries. You don't have a body to worry no more, so it ends. But if you can end it while you're alive, if you can just lean into whatever it is instead, in the meantime, you'll get more of that, at the very least. You get everything you think about. So the issue is, what are you thinking? And why are you thinking that way? So, yeah. You gotta break generational curses, man, if you want a better future. People have the bleeding heart. Oh, humanity. Oh, the world is over. The United States is this. Who gives a fuck? What's it got to do with me? What's it got to do with you? The United States is just a registered corporation. You're not going to be here when they dissolve? Where you going? You got somewhere to go? They deporting you? Who deporting you? You ain't got no money. All right, then. So the United States can go to fucking hell. I don't give a fuck. That ain't real. That ain't real. It wasn't here before it was here. And we were just fine. So I use that as a rule of thumb. I'll be fine again, with or without it. It's not, nothing's happening to me. Something's happening to it. Why are we inheriting the trauma and the fear and everything that goes along with that? Why do they care? They didn't care prior. They didn't care until their money was affected. So do they care about the United States and the well-being of the Federal Reserve, or do they care about their paycheck? Like, people ain't even honest with that shit. They won't even be on this shit if everything was just as it was. And then you find that fully in yourself too. I'm like, oh, I'm not actually affected by that. My discomfort is this or that. It's connected to that, but it's not that. Trump didn't do this to you. Your family did whatever they did. They participated. COVID and Fauci didn't do shit to me. I tried to stop it from doing it to other people, that's all. And they didn't fucking listen. Trust me, they wasn't gonna listen to none of the good ideas anyway. They never do. So who's the problem with then? Exactly. There is no fucking problem. That's just their path. Same way yours is yours. It's sad when you think of the alternative, like if this, then that would have happened, but maybe not. Maybe not. If all of that was divinely ordered. Some people stop dreaming way before sleep is over. That's not your cup. That's not your chalice. Their soul got to worry about that. But that's a very hard perspective to earn when you realize there's more than that going on. More than what you can see. And even that's too much. So, back to the basics. What did God say? Am I living in a way that, am I getting closer to that frequency, or am I getting further away? Everything's pulling you away, so that's a trick question. But where are you going? You gonna go through the eye of the needle, or are you gonna follow everybody else? That's all you gotta figure out. Harut says 3. Oh, we got 23 likes. Jordan, FOD, bless Jupiter and its moons. Come on now. Being set up for life that supports the daughter. Come on now. Jade shape, same story. Jonathan says 3 on the daughter, same story. Come on now. Yeah. If you know, you know. If God put that in me, man, shit, I can't do nothing else about it. She'll get her crazy ass here, one way or another. I just gotta stay healthy, wealthy, and wise in the meantime. And stretch so I can chase her around. Or him too. I might have more than one. But I know she's first, or she's the one that's nudging everything. There might be more. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind having a daughter and 2 gangsters. I'm raised gangsters. Y'all watch out. As above, so below. They'll be cooler than me, though. Because of their mom. But yeah. We'll see. I kind of already saw it. I almost saw it in March. I had a feeling. I can't explain it yet. There's a pattern that emerged that reminded me of all this. And then all of a sudden it stopped. All right. It was a catalyst to get me there. We'll see what happens next. I'll save the screenshots so I can tell that story later, whenever it happens. That's that. Listen, I ain't even tell you the craziest thing that happened to me this year. Even it's crazy to me, to be honest with you. But I have a strange idea about something. We'll see. Next time on X-Men. Huh? Rikilo, Rujeta, Jupiter and the Moon, so snap. Went into Destiny 5. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Jupiter and his moons. Jupiter and his daughters. Wow, what a life. But yeah, what's going on with y'all, man? What else is going on in this world? I feel like I said too much. Damn, I'm just like my great-grandfather. They ain't know nothing about where he came from or his family. Same story. My daughter will have the same experience as his son did. I will be her only this side of the family. That's for sure. That's the saddest, but most obvious thing about it. The way it lined up. Because it happened before she got here, which is perfect, actually. It's perfect that it happened without her. If I went through this as a father already, man, I'm still tough enough to have endured it, but it has just been, the consequences would have been too much greater. My risk analysis would have been totally different if I had a kid. Then it would have taken longer, actually, to get to the other side of myself. But now I'm on the other side of myself, so when she comes around, it won't be a whole bunch of healing and unresolved whatever the fucks that cause rifts in those dimensions, at least. You always gotta worry about sustainability and things, but that game never changes. It just gets better with time. Mr. Now says 3, a pretty extensive recap. Rakim Escobar says that part. Yeah. He says a pretty extensive recap. That's crazy. The intentions that transpired of the people on that side would have stacked up to a whole other issue. Yes. Wouldn't it? It would have. It would have. You're absolutely right. I have no one to answer to besides God. Then you realize you never needed to. Mm-hmm. Yep. Shout out to everybody that was there, man. What a year. What a year. Shout out to everyone who saw the screenshots in real time. Jesus Christ. I'm just glad I made it without losing my mind for real. Because I already knew how not to. I already knew how to ground myself. I think that's the only thing, the quote unquote, what they call it, the enemy, that placeholder for everyone else's shenanigans. Thank God the enemy did not know that I studied metaphysics since I was in high school. They thought I was just quoting books I never read or something. Nah, those books stand out because they saved my fucking life. I already saved my life already. I already done this before. And it worked before, it worked again, and it worked again, and it worked again. Then I started stacking, it worked then. It's working now, shit. All you could do is slow me down, which just tells God to put me back on track right in time. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Like, that is literal. It didn't say it wouldn't form, though. It didn't say that the weapon wouldn't scare you. It didn't say that it wouldn't change your approach. But what it said was, you're going to win. Samson's strength was not his hair. Jonathan says, what a time to be alive. Mr. Now says, that's petabytes worth of interactions in what apparently was just about 300 days. Yes. Jonathan says, slight energy of mourning the old life, but every time replace it with actions of new life and following notifications. Same story. Mr. Now says, 300 days tomorrow. Just checked since January 25th. No Chief Keef. Yeah. 300 days? Damn it, Xerxes. Trying to take me out. That'd have been mids. If I would have died during peak mid. Nah, I gotta see the other side of this shit first. Nah. I gotta figure out how that movie gonna end before y'all try to get me up the fuck up out of here. You got me fucked up. You got my ancestors. We got everything fucked up about me. Nah. Nah. I'm not a non-playable character, buddy. I have an occupant. I'm from around the way. I'm leaving here with something. I'm leaving here with something. I'm from around the way. I'm leaving here with something. Nah, you ain't gonna rob me of my daughter. In the hell, nah. I didn't go through all that shit. I didn't treat all those women with respect for no goddamn reason. Yeah, nah. I wasn't the guy. I wasn't the character I was for no reason. Nah. I know the consequence of my actions. Not all of them, but enough to know that this ain't that. Shit, she might be the one that makes that music. That makes more sense. I counted it in hours by the 60s. Never mind, math was cooked. It's 260 days tomorrow, 8. I counted like hours. So even less days, yet that much shit happened, yes. Were you better at math or science in school? Be honest, bro. Math. But I was better at writing. I was actually better at writing than all of that. Narrative. Never failed a writing test. But I've definitely failed a math quiz or two. Yes. Sumaria. We can tell y'all forget about writing where you come from. Y'all be saying anything. Y'all be talking about unplug the modem. How about you read the damn instructions? How am I supposed to fix this for real? What's my GPA? 3.6 or 3.4? Why would my GPA matter though? That's some shit white people made up. GPA don't tell you how smart you are. They don't test you on how smart you are. They test you on how well you remember their bullshit. I remembered a lot of their bullshit since they stole math from my family. I'm the descendant of the people that created math. So what does it mean to me? Nothing. When I know it's a bunch of thieves. How can they grade me on something they stole from me? That doesn't make sense. So their GPAs are meaningless. When your president is Trump. So hopefully you grow up out of that. The people with the highest GPAs poison 5 billion people. The people with the highest GPAs are negative $37 trillion in debt. The people with the highest GPAs get flown out to Epstein Island. The people with the highest GPAs is telling ICE to go find you. The people with the highest GPAs do all the killing of the children. The people with the highest GPAs make the missiles that are used in Gaza. What the fuck is a GPA, brother? Is it your white acceptance that you're trying to express? You want to be accepted by white people, don't you? I'd rather be accepted by white people for being a decent person. So I can only be accepted by decent white people. And even then, it's like, I don't need their acceptance, but that's the type of white people I want to deal with. Those who don't use number systems based on nothing. Extremely Baradian interaction right there. I know. They don't know any better. He says, don't be racist. How is that racist? What was racist about that? Do you know what racism is? See, I know why I was good at writing, because I was good at definitions of words. You see, skip words and with the math, man. Bad math. No, it's not racist to know that it's white. Because it's not black. It's not Barada. It's not China. It's not Tartarian. It's definitely not fucking American. So, you're only left with white. You're comparing yourself to white people. That's their standardized testing for their kids. So, if I did well in a white system, what does it mean to me, a non-white person? Nothing. Because nothing that I'm building or doing requires white people approval. So, what does their approval ratings mean to a person that's not white? Nothing. That's not racist. That's not burning down buildings and dropping bombs on innocent people and hanging people. It's just truth. Truth of the matter is none of those systems, they're all made up. Your education system is made up. Who made it up? You don't even fucking know. Who the fuck is McGraw-Hill? Why is Israel making my textbook? It's white people found that to be wise. I find it to be unwise. Why would I let anyone else teach my kids about where they are if that motherfucker not even here? So it's a narrative that someone made up about someone else, about something else that's not theirs? That sounds stupid. I did good enough in school to know that's a fucking dumb idea. Look at the problems that come with that. Look how retarded everyone's kids are. Whose idea was that? Who spent all this shit in the chemicals in these vaccines? So if that's racist, then so be it, faggot. But that's not what that word means. I'm not against a race. I'm not stopping a race of people. I'm not using my privilege and my authority to stop white people from living their best life. At best, white people are. It's their shit. Saying it's white isn't racist. It is white. By definition. White supremacy. White system. It's theirs. That's cool. That's their ideas. You notice how everything's impersonal? Ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm part of a system that they brought to my land, but it's not their land, it's not their story, it's not their language either. It is my grandfather's language. So, the fact that it's white is racist. That's the illest shit about it. The fact that it's white anyway is the racism. Me acknowledging the white part is not racism. Impossible. Gotta read that definition one more time. Jonathan says, same with the IQ test. Anytime anyone ever tried to flex their IQ score, I always told them about people who brag about their IQ scores have a low IQ score. The fuck am I gonna do with an IQ anyway? Fucking, they would say Einstein have a high IQ, but he didn't fucking clean his underwear. And then he was fucking on his cousin and her 2 daughters and referred to them as a concubine. And then when you tell them that, you prove it, and you research it, and you see that, you go, theory of relativity, he's pretty smart because my school said so. Your school's made by a bunch of pedophiles, though. Everyone in power is a pedophile. Is that racist? So these type of people want to stack up to the pedophile elite. What the elite pedophile system is, like, and wondering what the problem is. I'm too old to be stupid. Whose idea was to still grade retarded people? Muhammad, what's going on, man? How are you? You can only retrograde those people. You weird ass people. Based on true story. Einstein was fucking his cousin and her 2 daughters. He's a pedophile. Just like Woody Allen. They're pedophiles. They'll adopt some Chinese girl and have a sexual relationship with her while selling their house. That's their style, man. That's not to say there's no dark-skinned people in that bullshit. I know a few. But per capita, the top of the pyramid is all of that. And the top of that pyramid is white. So everyone's trying to get closer to that for some reason and wondering why. Like, no. There ain't nothing for me to wonder, bro. Maxwell. Shouldn't I realize they're not the highest of the high? I always find that interesting that non-black people think that our experience is the dichotomy of race, or that we're bipolar, like, because we are uniquely ourselves, and when we dismiss other white, whatever it is, because even white's not white, but when we dismiss the system, they feel like we have a problem or a chip on our shoulder, or there's some anger there. It was like it's the expected frustration that's built into it, if you consider that. But with or without their system, I would still not care. Like, if I was in my own habitat of humana, and it was like all my people doing a similar thing, I wouldn't care about them either. It just so happens it's not us, so I have no smoke for us in that degree. Just the parents who thought, just like this Barada kid thought, it'd be important to impress somebody with your test scores and your education. I haven't met one person in the whole time I've been alive as an adult share with me something that they learned in college. Not once. So that information doesn't actually translate to anything meaningful when it comes to people. Everyone is priming themselves for a career, and they're priming themselves for a career for money, and they're priming the career, money, materials for a lifestyle they're creating. They're playing The Sims in real life. I beat The Sims in real life. Like, none of the things they emphasize are important to the individual. It's only important to the system itself, so that you know how to operate within a system. But the system itself is corrupt. It's colonization. So it's like learning how to be the best colonial citizen you can be when you're an American is kind of fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's because I'm American though. Like, if I was something else or someone else, or I had a backdrop where I could remove myself from the plight of my current timeline and go somewhere else, and if I go somewhere else, there's opportunity if I travel vertically through their system, yeah, I understand why Indian might be like that. I still think they're rubbing white boy nuts when they do that, but that's because I'm not them or the white boy. I'm third party to both of them. So as a third party American, I go, none of this shit was made for me. So how is it racist on my part? Y'all on my fucking country, like y'all here with me. That's y'all shit that y'all do. How am I the racist? It's above their pay grade of common fucking sense. So what are they learning in school? Nothing. I get it. How high was your grade in all the bullshit narrative and mind control they did? It was really fucking high. It was so fucking high that I didn't fall for it. They didn't have a grade for that. Like, oh, he didn't study for none of this. No, because it was stupid. I knew it was fake. And I know how to deduce all the right answers. I listened. I heard the lectures. I saw the little the little projections that we had, the little projection screen. I read all that. I took all the notes. I know what they want us to think. And I'm going to forget it when the test is over. So the score doesn't mean anything. I could have had no GPA. I could have dropped out in 8th grade. I'd still be who I am. Now, having good grades isn't a point of confidence for me. I don't even talk about how smart I am on paper. That's stupid. It didn't mean anything unless I was going vertically through their system, and I did not want to be in their system. That's why I chose music. At least art, creativity, you can sidestep. You have a different class. You're a buffer class, especially if you're successful. You gotta do all that other corporate shit. The only thing you gotta do with corporate in the music industry is white people and their Jewish friends. Like, it's the only time you encounter white people and Jewish people in anything that we choose to do is when it comes to the other side of a bank, a check, a system for money. But if you look at everything else, it's not them. It's not them making my food. It's not them packaging the things I buy. It's not them. It's not even them delivering it half the time. So it's like, white people are less and less and less involved in my life in terms of a system, the society itself. It's less white. And I knew that since I was a kid. Like, I was born at a very strange time because I noticed it. I noticed the shift happening versus what they were saying, what people in my community were saying, what the problems were, what the news said. I knew that that was the end. Like, oh, we're coming out of something. We're going somewhere new. I just didn't know how new. And then when I did the dailies on YouTube on my old channel years ago, I started telling people about the changes and the shifts by recounting previous civilizations that went through something very similar as us. You have the dominant race appear. It only causes problems for everyone that's not in their story. So when you code switch back to white history, they build it a certain way that suits them. But the people they did that to, like, the United States winning something meant I lost something. I don't give a fuck about the United States. I'm an American. What the fuck's the United States got to do with me? Nothing. Nothing. It doesn't have to be here for me to be American. I don't need their government. I don't need none of their shit. Never did, by the way. My people never did. We didn't ask for that. At least not in the traditional pattern. Like, we weren't praying for this. No. The shit's in our way. It's been in our way for 250 years. It's in the way of us being ourselves. It suits other people who are not us. That is always going to be the problem. That's not racism. That's reality. You can't do this to a whole land of people and then expect their kids and their descendants to be like, yeah, we're all whitewashed now. We're ready to help the white people and the white system keep on going. The fuck are you talking about? You even stole our fucking flag, bro. Like, that ain't even their flag, bro. They don't know who Judah is. They don't know what the blue and their red and white is. The red and white is Indians, Mayans, Incas, and the blue is Jupiter. That's why the stars are in it. They're angels. The 13 colonies, the 13 stars, the Eagle's Landing, the 13 arrows, bows and arrows, Indians, yeah, those are angels. That's why we wear feathers in our head. It's not what they say it is. And that's the hardest thing to relearn, is to get out of the mainstream consensus. Black, white, or indifferent, it didn't matter who came up with it. They're incentivized to come up with bullshit. No way of fact checking it because it ain't theirs. Where did they get the facts from? The grandma? No. If it ain't my grandmother, it ain't real. Period. And that's for every individual. Your culture, your habit, your honor of your family, as far back as you can take it, and as old as the tradition is for you, then that's the truth. That's, you know, you can improve on it, you change it, you can see the errors in it, all that. That's cool. But that's your framework. Because that's the framework that's in you already. It's not optional. You can't just read a book in the library and all of a sudden adopt. No. You still got to filter through and live through all the things that created you. On top of that, so there's always going to be a point of contrast and division. Like, you have to figure out what suits you, the individual. But we're talking about the timeline of things, cultures and systems, and where we are and locations. No, this is ours, bro. Fuck what anyone talking about on this planet. Fuck what anyone talking about on this planet. I don't give a fuck what they think. I don't give a fuck what their math is. I don't give a fuck what college they went to. I don't give a fuck about how much fake money they got. None of that replaces the truth. If anything, all of that proves to me that they don't like their truth because the truth ain't theirs. Yeah, cool. Once you know that, once you make that connection in your brain, like, oh, they're not incentivized to go in the direction that I have to go. So I do not expect them to help me get there. I do not expect them to understand when I get there. I gotta go somewhere else altogether. Hence God. Hence God. There's one thing they don't have a monopoly on. They have no idea what God is. Thank God. That's the most powerful weapon that my people have. Think about it. I'm an American. The definition of American, not nationality. There's no American nationality here. It's not a nation. But what you call the American, what you encounter when you first visit North America as a non-American. You run into Americans. Those are me. I'm the quote-unquote Indian, if you will, to help anyone out who sees a black guy for some reason. I'm not a black guy. Indians are dark skinned. My color. They call it copper because we're the color of a penny. And I am. So, we uniquely in the world story, remember the West and the Western world today is built on coming to America. You don't get no other, even over there on the other side of the pond, you don't get none of those structures and systems and resources and technology upgrades, none of that, unless someone else came to America and reverse engineered, stole what they stole and used our labor against us and some of the other people they brought with them, usually Moors. It's cool. And when I'm telling you that story, I'm not talking about black or white people. It wasn't white people that came to our shores first. It was Moors that came to our shore first. Annexation of Texas. Who does the land properly belong to? To the Moorish people and their Indian associates. What is Moorish? Descendant of Moors. You're mixed, but you're mixed with Moors, so you're Moorish. So it's a pedigree. It's a pedigree of dark-skinned people. So this whole continent, it's a pedigree of Moorish people. Cool fucking story. So anyone else who arrives here after 1868 especially, all of them to us are visitors. What's unique about a visitor? They tend not to stay. So it's temporary. The United States is temporary, no matter what they do. It's always going to be temporary. This is not their place. It'll have to leave or be destroyed or be forgotten. It can do that independently of us though. Remember, our story is different. We've gone through this already. We've went through occupation of Romans. We went through occupation of Persians. We went through occupation after occupation here in North America. That's not the white man's history. They don't know it. They weren't there for it. Some of their historians and other people, other cultures, find evidence and artifacts and assume a version of reality in which it would reflect that being true. Oh my God, how did the Roman artifacts get here? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, there's Greek stuff here. Hebrew is Greek. How about you just say, why is there so much Hebrews in America? Because this is where the Bible took place. The end. Like, you know, they make a bigger deal than that because it's them. But they're not me. I'm an American. Like, so I'm not speaking from their textbook. It ain't in them. It's not in them. They'll never get the right answer. They'll miss this because they can't see who I am. They still think I'm a black guy. So they're that far away from even seeing what they're reading, let alone, like if you're reading about Native Americans or Indians before the Civil War and you don't see my people, then you don't know what the fuck's going on. Because you have to see that that was my people and I'm my people still. So imagine that war and everything after it up until now and how this world treats our people, who are the Americans. Like the world's taking advantage of us and our resources and our labor and all the technology we invented here that then got exported everywhere else. You understand what I'm saying? They're building on our pyramid. Period. Like everybody. You can call us black, you can call us African American, call us what you want, just don't call us collect. We are the Americans. And a lot of the other ones that are mixed with something else, they're still mixed in with Americans if they had kids in America. They could mix in with us. Blood-wise, duh, stupid. Like, you understand? There's 12 different tribes, so obviously 12 times 12 is 144 different variations. Come on, Eber, like the father and the son split, and then the son comes back, prodigal son. It's in the book already. We're a multinational group. That's why my grandfather came here to unite what? Kingdoms. It's a United Kingdom here. Before they took that idea and ran with it with their colonialization and British bullshit. Before British bullshit. Before there's British anything, there's Angles. Inca. That's from South America, right? So before you can even put an England on the map over there, you have to deal with the fact that Inga is over here already. Before they knew about us, allegedly, to the main timeline, right? The main timeline, they discovered us after Christopher Columbus. You're not Christopher Columbus, kid, so what the fuck has it got to do with your ass? Nothing. They even act like they're the ones that discovered America. And they're not. That's racist. Why are you always taking shit from the Moors? You're not the Moors. Christopher Columbus is a Moor, bitch. Isabella and Ferdinand are Moors, bitch. So those Moorish ships, stupid. So the Moors did the doctrine of discovery for the Vatican when they came to the Caribbean. And they didn't come to Trenton, New Jersey, did they? So they didn't run into our kingdom then. Because they pussy. They know we was there. It's in his damn journal. He's looking for Jerusalem. He had to go further south. Anyway, so, nah, that's 1400s. When is New Jerusalem? When is New England? After Columbus. Ain't that a bitch? 1493 to 1611, that's a good stretch of fucking time. That's like 120 years later. All right, so 120 years later, my grandfather creates New England. Where's New England at, guys? In America? Now, is America Europe? Then how the fuck is the first thing here in New England? Wake your ass up. So once you understand, where's Old England? Jerusalem, where Inga is. That's our story, the black American, not their fucking interpretation of shit they're stealing. That's what's fucking everybody up. It's not racism, it's stupidity. But a certain race profited from that stupidity. But it's only stupid because it's not theirs to begin with. They can't get it right, you understand? Like there's nothing for them to land. They would have to face the fact that they're colonizing Jews, currently. I'm a Jew. Like in that language model, what you call a Jew, I'm a Jew. I'm a bloodline Jew. I'm a bloodline of all the kings of Judah. I'm a bloodline of all the kingdoms of Jerusalem. I was born in Trenton, New Jerusalem, right there. 3 kings, Jerusalem, me. I'm born there just like Jesus. Like it's the same story all over again, symbol-wise. So they can't tell me nothing about religion. They can't tell me nothing about the Bible. They can't tell me nothing about history. They can't tell me nothing about Indians. They can't tell me nothing about none of it. And that's the thing. They're not supposed to either. Like I don't expect them to, but we live in such a weird consensus that you kind of have to frame it that way. But what I'm doing is I'm not condemning the people. The people are a product of that system, just like I could have been. They're going to have to make up their own minds if this corrective way helps them or not, or helps them see a different picture in their own life. Hopefully it does, more than anything. It makes them more curious about who they are and what their story really is. That's what I hope. And I hope that their connection with God helps them find it, etc. But they need their own Bobby Hennett, their own Brother Panics, their own mgthefuture. I can just be a reference point for them so that they can get their shit in check, so they can break their generational curses, and so that they can get out of the karma that's going to come with all the bullshit once the rest of the fucking Titans wake up. I'm just one of them. I'm just one of the Titans that they buried. I'm back. Cool. Reincarnated. Cool. I got a human body. Whatever. Fuck them. But once you know, you can't unknow. It's almost a curse. I can never code switch back to citizen viewpoints in general. None of it. I'm a Jew, bro. I'm the Jew of all Jews on top of that. I'm the one that they celebrate. And they don't know that. So for me, everything looked crazy and cantankerous. It's like, you don't know who my grandfather is, bitch. But you swear to God you believe in it. That's why I use the word belief, because you don't know no shit. Well, I know who my grandfather is, so I know who I am, because I come from him. So, all right, this is one of these stories, all right. I ain't got to do nothing. It ain't for them. Nothing, and that's the thing. Even if they didn't know or believe something like that, it wouldn't change me. It wouldn't change what I'm doing. It wouldn't change what God is doing. So it's unlike everything else that we're taught. Like where you need everyone on the same page. No, you don't. You don't need no one on the fucking same page. If God be for me, He will be against me. At the end, like, so it takes the pressure off of me even to have to like, one day I have to get this right on record. No, I don't. I'll come and go. Fuck them. That's what Genghis did. That's why I don't know where he was when he was a kid. He came and went. He just kept going. Even after, you know, the way they framed the Gospels, like he resurrected in 3 days. And he said goodbye to his homies. And he put Peter in charge. St. Petersburg, Tartaria, Russia. It was named after his best friend. His story didn't stop. He didn't have no funeral service. He had no burial ground. Remember, they went to his burial ground and there was no body. So they never buried him as our tradition, to bury him a certain way. That's why they wanted his body. It wasn't there. So he didn't die then. All right then. So where did he go when he put the period on the last sentence of that story? Exactly. The writer wasn't writing about that because it's not a fucking biography. Exactly. Genghis Khan kept living. I think he retired in Hawaii. Then his son kept going. John, Prester John. Hakata Khan. That's my grandfather. And his other son kept going. Ablu Khan. Otto, Adam the Fifth, Otto, Carlos, Carlo, Colominus, Carlo the Fifth, my other grandfather. Both of them are kids of Genghis. So I'm Genghis Khan on both sides of my family. I'm Genghis Khan Jr. If you're wondering what I'm talking about. I am Genghis Khan. I'm not nobody else's character. I'm nobody else's story. All those are adaptations of how dope my grandfather was. To them, I guess. But for me, it's not that. Because I see what world I live in. I see what has happened since. And I seen what happened to me and my family, his kids, since. They started lying about how great God is to them, right? To them. It's God to them. It's Jesus to them. In real fucking life, in our language, in our land, in our habits, in our customs. It's Kangista, it's Chan, Genghis Chan. Temujin, half man, half demon. So he's black by default. Look up black man in Oxford Dictionary. It'll tell you it's a demon. Same story. What is a demon? A genius. Sidi Muhammad, big head scientist. Genius. Same story. It's gonna spin again. They're all saying the same thing. It's different groups of people, different times, different languages, calling back to a particular symbol or sigil. A son of God, a son. Like instead of a star, it's a sun, right? This son is Miraculous. His son would be Mercury. That's a whole different story. But you understand that Miraculous is it's a continuation of Mercury with extra consonants and syllables. Right. It's the same thing that I be talking about. And I know that intimately. I have no reason to know it. My school didn't teach me that. My 3.4, 3.6 didn't teach me that. I know that already. But now I know why I know it. Now I get to see why I can see the stacks and degrees of what astrology is trying to do, what the Bible interpreters are trying to do, what the other religious tropes are, and why there's so many Jesus stories of all these characters patterning themselves after Osiris, a Sagittarius on top of that. So it's like, that's why they try to do it around Christmas, although that would be Capricorn. So they tried this shit. They tried to adapt it and remix it, and just like they do with hip hop, just like they do with R&B, they had a whole bunch of other foreign people saying they're doing the same thing. And then you forget the original, and then you get tired of it. Then it goes mids, then they bring back the bullshit, and then someone else finds the original Dead Sea Scrolls. It's always, with humans, it's always that pattern of time and generations. But I'm not humans. I'm not in that story. I'm not learning about a third party person that's, oh man, did you hear about the legend of King Arthur? Oh, that's cool. Did you know it was this? Oh, did you know he was black? Wow, Arthur's a black man's name, and I'm pretty sure Merlin is a black guy too. So I can think that Arthur's OG is Merlin. It's pretty safe to say they're both Moors. You know, I don't got to do all that, but someone else might find that fact, and they have. I've seen these posts on Instagram now that they're just realizing they're all Moors. Whatever, bro. But cool, they're Moors. I mean, you do that. But with me, those are my people. It's not a cool story. It's not a fucking legend. It's not a belief system. It doesn't matter if there was a Bible or not. It's still my grandfather. So it's like, okay. I have to approach it mentally way different than anyone I encounter. So it puts me in a fucked up position, obviously, especially when you come to people wanting to debate and think they know things. And it's like, no matter what the fuck you think you know it about me. Please allow me the dignity to represent my family through me. You can disagree with me, but you're not going to tell me you know more about me than me. That's fucking impossible. You would have to tell me who the fuck your grandmother was when my grandfather was outside. You should worry about that shit. You should fucking worry about why they're writing a book about us and where your fucking book at. You should worry about that shit. You should worry about where your Dead Sea Scrolls are. Are you fucking Judean? Then why the fuck do you get to steal all the Judean shit and put it in your fucking museum? Like, you understand? Like, that ain't their shit. It should come right back to me and my family. But it won't. You know why? Spare me the gory details of racism. So, yeah. Nah. Fuck them. That's what I'm saying. The show must go on. Remember, there was a time before that book existed. There was a time before Genghis existed. There was a time before my other grandfather existed. There's a time before the Ottoman Empire. There's a time before Egypt. So, one thing we do know, time goes on. Do not have to worry about looking back here, Sarah. Because they did what the fuck they were supposed to do. I'm here. They got along long enough to have kids that grow. To have kids that got taller and stronger on top of that. I'm back to Tartarian form. So we did something right. They brought the Tartarians back. Cool. Cool, Tartarians are back on the map. Genghis Temujin is a Tartarian. He's my grandfather. I'm a Tartarian. So I get to see all the white people and all the other girls and John and all of them talk about Tartaria, mud flood in America. Yeah, I know. My grandfather did this, and my uncle probably did that. And, he was a king of kings, so all the other kings was under him. They're probably his brothers and cousins. Yeah. We were here in America. Guess what? I'm here in America, because you fucking imagine a Tartarian in America. Why is there so many buildings of Tartary in America? I am the building of Tartaria. We were talking about building temples of people. We're not talking about our fucking sandcastles. That whole book is about us surviving anything, surviving every timeline, surviving every captivity, surviving every calamity, surviving every fucking flood, surviving every fucking dickhead, surviving every fucking Ahab, surviving every fucking betrayer, backstabber, Jezebel, spirit, demon, serpent, whatever the fuck it's ever been in fucking human history. I'm here today because we fucking did it already. Everyone can't say that. Everyone can't say that. Everyone can't say that. So I understand. I understand something very deeply here. Thank God it does not require no one's fucking understanding. It just requires me to walk it up. I'm not a missionary. I'm not trying to win disciples and convert people to a religion or a church or a benefits package or military or doctrine or a Papa Bowl or a vote. I don't give a fuck. This shit's fucked up. I don't give a fuck because it's fucked. Like, it's fucked up either way I go about this. My life is versus reality. Like, my life and who I am, whose kid I am, versus what everyone else is doing and saying and feeling and believing, and then I can see they half-ass believe, feel, and know what the fuck they're talking about anyway. It's like, you're not serious, first of all. And if you were fucking serious, you're seriously fucking stupid. And if you're not fucking stupid, you got all the wrong information, so you're not smart enough to know that that shit don't make sense, because you haven't studied nothing else. So yeah, that smart thing don't mean nothing to me. How the fuck I figured it out? Thank you. So, you know, shout out to my mom and all of them. Like, that's genetics, cool. Or it's the driver, whatever. Either or, it's not a contest because of what they did to us. It's not a contest to me. Getting A's and getting money and getting accepted, that's not even part of my story. Like, none of that is going to fix what the fuck my problem is. None of it. Nothing that something outside of me or someone outside of me that don't belong here can offer me will fix what the primary catalyst for my growth is. I'm supposed to be able to grow and become whatever God ordered me for. This time, at this generation, in this book that's not written, whatever God is doing with me and all the other people in all the other dimensions that are related to that hierarchy and those families in that book, and there's plenty of us, as many as there's fucking stars, I heard. If we're all down here and we're all trying to get back in touch and connection to that shit, then that's all we gotta do. I ain't tripping on none of that other shit, boy. I'm not looking to that other shit to provide for me anyway. God has been doing it the whole time. I know what my limits are. I know what's possible. I know what thoughts I entertain. And I know it shows up. And I know when it shows up and it don't come from me. And I know when it lifts me up to a higher degree. And I know where I was before it did. So I'm very clear that there's a third party force at play. On top of that, I could have had a worse childhood and it still wouldn't fucking matter. I could have had the best of childhoods and it still fucking wouldn't matter. We are not those people trying to do something. I'm not in the class of people who are trying to prove something. I'm not in the class of people who are trying to build something somewhere else on someone else's land, with someone else's language, with someone else's story, with someone else's fucking resources, with some kind of fake false valor about who I'm fucking not anyway. I can never be those things because of who the fuck I actually am. I'm actually that thing. Grandson. That's it. I'm not the thing. I'm the thing's grandson. I come from the thing. The thing, they were sucking and fucking and making their own decisions. Time happened. Changes happened. Colonization happened. No, same thing though. Same people. So, all right, I'm here now. Thank God. We made it again through another fucking reset. Us, who documents our resets. Now me, again, living through another fucking reset. This time it's not us being reset, it's the United States. The United States is what reset us. The thing that reset us is not resetting. Get it? So I'm not looking at it like, oh my God, what about the kids and the education and the school? And fuck you. Like, the fuck you talking about? On Mama Inga, the fuck is anyone talking about? This, you should be the most excited you ever been in your fucking life to know that the United States is on its last fucking leg. When you think about how much evil it has done just in your fucking lifetime. The source of your evil is dying. As a system, at least. The people, different story. My good white people out there, different story. Y'all got work to do as people, whatever. You need time? Take time. But I tell you one thing and not the other. This will never be that. Ain't nobody against you. You came here. Your story is that you came here. Cool. Are you acting the way that you ought to act here? The way that you would want anyone else to act when they come here to deal with you? Are you acting towards the people here the way you want others to treat you? Are you a good steward? Are you a good visitor? Are you a good associate? Are you honoring the people in the land itself? If not, then ain't nothing you can think, do, pray, save. None of that's going to change the karma of what that is anyway. Especially if you went to school to learn what the karma is. So no one can say they don't know what the story is. No one can say like, no, these people are here because of that. You're here because of that. I was here already. I'm not here because of the United States. I'm not here because of slavery. I was here already. But then they forget another thing. Even if I was not in America, I would say the same thing. Because I could have sworn, now correct me if I'm wrong, he was the emperor of the world. This world is named in our language. This world is using our alphabet. This world is using our concepts, although fucked up. This world is using our frame of reference. The world. So, anywhere I would have been born, I would say the same thing. But everywhere else, they want to treat me the same way, though. As we've seen on my video when I was in Raleigh, the Afro-Asiatic walked by and he stopped to dap me up and he saw my feather and he wanted to talk to me. And I asked him, where's he from? He said something. He's like, over there between the islands of Thailand and Taiwan and China and shit. I'm over there in them shits. I was like, yeah, I'm very familiar with Afro-Asiatics in Barada in India. And that other one, where MIA is from. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that because my grandfather comes from there. All right, so he understood he understood it genetically. He saw my features and then he saw the feather. And I didn't have to prove it to him. It made him happy. It made him smile. And then he had to shake my hand again and then he walked on. Like, oh, they haven't all lost their mind. I know that's right. I know that's right. We all aren't lost. We all, all of us ain't found either, but we ain't all lost. No matter what color you are. All of y'all ain't shot out. Y'all know some fuckeries afoot. That's cool. That's all it takes, though. That's all it takes, though, for the whole world to get better. It's for the world to get better. Like, I ain't about to go conquer nothing. I gotta conquer myself. I have to decolonize my own mind. Can't nobody do that for me. I have to be okay with wherever that lands. I have to live through that. I have to die through this. So I'm not, they can't understand it because they won't understand what I just said. There's nothing to get back. There's no one to pay back. There's no one to hurt. There's no one to convince. Once you understand that if you are who the fuck you say you are, and I know that I am, none of that then makes a difference. It's the idea, the illusion, the thoughts, the error that made you think any differently. Yeah, those thoughts and those actions make sense in the world they made up. Thus, they're not real actions or solutions, which is why a war right now wouldn't fix the United States budget problem. It'll make it worse. So thus, get out of bad math, get into God math, and I go back to, but what did God say? Well, I don't know that God wrote any of those words, but I know my family did. And I know they must have took what my family said and they tried to rewrite it a little bit, but it didn't do enough for me. They didn't change it enough for me not to miss the fucking meaning. Let me go test this shit for myself. All right, then. It persuaded me enough to take it serious. It persuaded me enough to go further and see for myself. That's what you're supposed to do. You need to see it for yourself. You need to seek God's face by yourself. Like, it doesn't matter what no one wrote, actually. Thank God they wrote something, though. A frame of reference. Cool. Discipline is better than obedience. Or discipline is better than sacrifice. So you must discipline your mind and your spirit. That's unanimous. Oh, when you're dealing with something, even this mountain, if you just have a mustard seed of faith, it'll get up and jump into the ocean. Oh, frame of reference. No matter how big your perceived problem is, if you turn inward and you invest the energy and thoughts and the feelings into the outcome you desire, it'll tend to move in that direction. That mountain that you've created out of an anthill will move out the way. Thus, you can get to the other side of that path. God's a way maker. God will make a way out of no way. I feel like that's way more important than what language they were speaking. I feel like that's way more important than whatever color you think they are. I feel like that's way more important than your salary cap. I think that's way more important than the latest technique or trend. I think what's so much more important is knowing where to go to win. Yeah, because Temujin knew where his source of his power was. Solomon knows what the source of his power was. Even when you get the overlapping story of how he ended up Masonically or the Quran, the theme there, if true, you know how this should go, that Solomon was trapped in his own temple, and we're talking about architecture now. We're talking about they're building the great temple of Jerusalem, although New Jerusalem is in New Jersey, but they create this great temple or whatever, and the jinn that he used, which is crazy because Genghis, Temujin, is half jinn, right? So the jinn that he uses trick him, right? This Masonic glyph that he couldn't move from the basement of the temple. Thus, you assume he died there. So they seem like Solomon the Wise got trapped or fooled by jinn, demons. Although you've never seen a genie or demon energy build shit ever in human history, since they're inside of people. So he's betrayed by people, 3 ruffians hit you upside the head, knock into the 3D type of thing. Or if you think about Solomon's temple as Solomon's the man or Genghis, you go, oh, it's locked down his temple, or he was stuck in a lower chakra. And thus the jinn are the women. Remember? Be careful with the foreign women and the foreign gods. Because they'll have you believing in their shit, and then you'll forget where you come from, and then your power source changes. And then you have a covenant with God, and then you piss God off, and then your karma is even worse. So you play it that way too. But he tells you that in the Bible. Solomon the Wise is like, listen, at the end of the day, eat, drink, and be merry, because this other shit ain't hitting on nothing. But we know it's metaphor. We know it's math. You can get stuck in your own temple by dealing with negative lower forces. If you're in your root, or if you're in your sacral, and you're never elevating to your crown, since he's a king, if you don't operate and open your third eye, or if your third eye is open and you neglect what it's providing and you go back to the old world, Saracen, if you go back to the mundane, if you go back to the gross reality and you emphasize on buildings and temples and gold and collecting and all the goofy shit many other kings have done, you'll miss the plot altogether. And that's what most people are doing. They'll say that that was the thing that does a king in, yet all these people are trying to be kings where the basis of what they're trying to do is going to do the same thing to them. Work, 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 money, 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 house, 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 car, 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 things, things, things. And now when they don't have it, they're unhappy. That's how deeply rooted and connected they are to the vanity of it. They don't understand what the fuck they're doing. They haven't added up the cost because they're missing a variable, and that's spirit. Most people don't understand that. They don't have a good enough working language model or concept of it to even utilize it to what it actually is. Everyone has a faint appreciation or gnosis of what they've heard, or maybe even some of the things they've seen, but they haven't perfected living through that filter yet, because there's no reference. In our generation, there is no. Unless you really read the Bible and understand it spiritually or other things that lead you to that, you're not going to get it. Reading that book would be meaningless if you're looking at it as a linear fiction or nonfiction. That's not what that book's about, because it's not. Because you got to understand who wrote it. Yeah, they're not starting over with us. They wrote it already at the peak of their civilization. So this is Egyptian. They're The writers of that book are Egyptians. Yeah. in bondage, Egypt. Pharaohs, Egypt. They're Egyptians. All kinds of mixes of Egyptians, but their paradigm is Egyptian. Their language, Egyptian. Moors come from Egypt, they're Egyptians. The word Moor comes from Egypt, M-R. No vowels. Same story. And then you understand why there is no vowels in our language. Come on now. You're dealing with angels again. If you're dealing with angels, you're dealing with giants. Ain't there a bunch of giants in that Bible? Wasn't there a flood because of the giants? Sure was. So what was flooded? Egypt. So when Americans say we're ancient Egypt, what are we saying? We're the people who were here before the flood. That's how long we've been in America. We're pre-flood Americans. Inga and all of them survived the flood. Yep, sure did. So the Bible was written before the flood. Absolutely, had to be. The recent one. Because this ain't Egypt no more. So there was another fucking flood anyway. Thank you. So once you understand that, you understand everything. You have Deucalion's flood, you have Noah's flood, and there's a third one. I forgot the name of it, but it's probably the one that we survived to be here. The American side of me, the ones that are always in America. The Moor side of me, the ones that came over, and then the Khan side of me, the other ones that came over, they're just all coming back home to Egypt, where they started anyway. Right. Now I understand what Hebrews and Moors are. They're travelers by boats, traveling from where to where. Exactly. They're not traveling out of Africa. They're traveling out of America. We survived the flood in America. So the surviving people are in America. Yes. Yes. And all those other people are their kids. That's all. This world better watch out, because I have a feeling that shit can happen again. If you dig deep enough in America, especially California, all those hill cities and stuff, I bet you find buildings on them. San Francisco and stuff, all those hills, I bet you there's buildings on them. I bet you. I bet you. That's how old this is. That's how old my family is. That's all. That's how old the genes are. That's how old the memories are. That's how old the thoughts are. That's how old the magic is. That's how old all of it is. It's that old. It's old enough to know that architecture, aka technology, aka awareness, aka math, greater than what we have now, is buried under your feet. Now. Greater civilizations are buried under you than you've ever read about. Now. So, forgive me for not being enthused about the white people's scholastic model of whatever life and technology and science and understanding is, because I know it's baby level. This is an infantile civilization. You still got pedophiles, you still got rapists, you still have murderers, you still have people going to war for resources rather than sharing. Yeah, very infantile. Spiritually infantile. Everything's infantile. Our dreams are not even great enough. Thus, you're learning how to supersede being a product of your environment. All these 6th grade level readers. And that's I was a beast in 6th grade, so I don't even think they're that damn high. So, and that's cool. It keeps persisting with or without fools. So, and the Bible tells you that. Don't even waste your time with fools, man. Don't waste your time with fools, convincing fools. It's okay. And it's okay to be a fool too. Fools know they're fools, trust me. Because look how much they do to sound foolish. They know they don't know the answer. So, this is not lost on them. Just don't be a fool about it. Yep. When I was a child, I did childlike things. Cool. We're not 6th grade no more. 3. Running back. Woody Allen was the worst, wasn't he? Muhammad says, I'm fine, bro. When those fruits says their girl, when she mess up something, laugh my ass off. Babe, you're low IQ, actually. That's hilarious. High IQ ain't got shit to do with intelligence. It's literally a form of pattern recognition. The test, yeah. And it's their patterns. Like, why do I need to recognize those patterns? How good do you shoot an arrow at something in the dark? Let's start there. This now says, that chip they've been saying is on shoulders all the time, that got so long ago that it got stale. They better eat that chip and shut the fuck up instead of who got it on them or not. So fucking on your cousin is low SAQs. It gets a high Q weird. It's a dick comparison. They all want to be fruits they look up to. Jonathan says 3. Music was a way to learn how to learn, not how they taught us. You got it. This now says the best way to learn math 2 outside of the base is useless. 10. 3. TFB 100. Everybody is speaking phonetically. Exactly. They're not doing pop sounds to speak with no vowels. And even on the conqueror side, they can't read. It was conquering women, and by that, automatically the land, not the other way around. And it's already been done. Yes, 3. We did it already. That's why I'm here, of all the races. I'm all the races in one. I'm not one or the other. I'm all of them. Again. Just like my grandfather was all of them up until his time. I'm all of them up until my time. So that's what we were doing, obviously. Or would it be all those things? They knew. They didn't go to school with us. So they did it for some reason. If we were racist, I want to be all the races. The fuck? I'm all the races. All that shit Blavatsky was talking about. All the root races, I'm all of them. We already did it. 1611, we did it already. Again. Every date they put in their damn history is ours. It's not them. They're none of those people they're writing about. That's the illest shit about it. Notice we're not the ones writing about it. Not anymore. Shit. We ain't got nothing to write about. Besides when rent is due and how much money we got and how we can get more. Trust me, I know. It's part of the game, I guess. The part I'm talking about is not a game, I guess. Yeah, God never needed everybody to get it. If you read that Bible, you'll see. It'd be like one person per chapter that gets something. Like, no matter what the fuck going on in my neighborhood, no matter what the fuck going on with my society, God told me to go deliver this message. And I don't want to do it. All right, Jonah, you got to. Jonah couldn't stop. Jonah just kept channeling. So he got on a boat to go where God told him to go. The people on the boat were tired of what he was rambling about, so they threw him over. Don't miss that. Everyone misses the coolest part about these stories because they're so stupid. They go, oh, it's impossible for a man to live in a whale for 3 days. According to who? What would he die from? The only thing he has to worry about is in 3 days is asphyxiation, like not breathing. I'm pretty sure whales breathe. So theoretically, if a man can be inside of something without being killed by its acid or losing air, I mean, 3 days, you can go 3 days without food or water. And I'm pretty sure there's water down there if you needed it. So they'll do that. They'll think about how improbable it is. But then they'll have a recent story come out that some other man did something similar. Like, oh my God, a miracle. A book full of miracles. Now they're real? Because you heard about it on the news? Shut your ass up. Anyway, that wasn't the fucking point. The fucking point wasn't the whale. That's not what that story's about. The story had fuck to do with the goddamn whale. Just like David's story had fuck to do with giants. He was fighting bears, lions, and tigers and all kind of other shit first. A slingshot versus a giant is nothing compared to what he had to do with his bare fucking hands. So anyway, Jonah was given a message to deliver, and the people that was taking him to that place threw him in the ocean to die. You start there. He embarked on a journey that people said he was crazy for. And they were willing to kill him in spite of that's what God said do. Don't miss that. In spite of what God said, get on that boat anyway. In spite of what God said, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, including throwing you to your death. So then the whale came. The whale is so symbolic of that. That's God either way you do it. So if God tells you to do it, then God's going to see you through it. That's what that story is saying. So much so they didn't even tell you what the fuck the message was when he got there. We don't know what he said to those people in the land he was supposed to go to. It ends. Jonah is another cool way of saying John. So anyway, John made it to America, obviously. I'm here. The fuck? I'm John 13. That's why people got to mind their fucking family Bibles. You don't mind your family Bible. They ain't speaking to everybody. They don't know everybody. They're not even cognizant that there will be everybody's in that sense. They're trying to tell us something. No matter what, God's going to see you through it. These motherfuckers would talk about the devil, Satan, and all the dumb shit. Oh, you know, God let the devil do the thing to Job. So you're acknowledging there's a devil and a God at least, you fucking idiot. Although that wasn't the devil either. Where does it say that was the devil? Where's the devil described in the Bible anyway? A lot of people, they say the devil, they're talking about they worship the devil. They're talking about Baal. Or they're talking about Beelzebub. You know, there's more than one devil. There's a Satan, there's a devil, there's a Lucifer, there's Baal, there's Beelzebub, there's all these things. Which one are we talking about? In the time of Job. Time is important because the culture that made Baal wasn't fucking there. Okay, see, they don't know how to read. That's what I mean by knowing how to read. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to read into it. Job is one of the oldest books there is in that damn book. It's not in sequence. Those are random scrolls. Assembled. The Bible is not written chapter by chapter in that way. All of those books are their own books. It's a compilation. And that's not all the books that we wrote. Those are the books of their family members. Jesus Christ. So anyway, Job, Job. He had everything for him. Where did he get it from? God. Then God raised the shield and said, hey, you can do everything but take his life. The devil went to devour to prove a point, right? What's the point to the reader? Since it's a book, what's the point of writing that story? What is the author trying to convey in a compilation of God interactions? That obedience is still better than sacrifice. Even if you have to go through something you did not cause or earn on your own. AKA, even if you experience a bad karma and you didn't do it, and you still have to go through the experience, that it's still worth believing in God. Because God will see you through it and then reimburse you on the other side. There's no loss, only gain following God. That's the moral of the fucking story there. They see the trauma of someone losing everything and stop reading. They never get to a part. They never say, well, the devil tried to rob Job of all of his things and God gave it all back plus some, and Job never switched up on God. That's the story. The story is, if you don't switch up, what happens? What was the devil testing, genius? His faith. Shaitan is an accuser, not a demon or a devil. It's just an accuser, like a DA or a prosecutor. It's a prosecutor that can hang around the angels. You know the angel that deals with law is Smyth-EL? They don't even fucking know that. So, like, we ain't even gotta do that. But all I'm saying is, it's book after book after book after book after book after book, 66 of them bitches, of people who have been tested in the fire of divinity. A book written by awakened, enlightened, third eye open individuals. Don't miss that. These ain't people who went to school. They know about enlightenment because it's their fucking concept to begin with. Mount Peniel in the Bible, bro. That's Jacob wrestling. Mount Peniel, like the pineal gland. They're Egyptians, ain't they? Who drew the damn pineal gland in all their buildings? The Egyptians, didn't they? All right, then. So they already knew. They wasn't waiting for the white guys to show up and do a documentary. The white guys is doing a documentary about the niggas that knew. Not the niggas who forgot, not the niggas that are learning, not the niggas who are reading the wall for the first time, trying to figure out where everything goes. That's how you know it ain't them. Why the fuck would we do that? Unless we lost it. Why did we lose it? Them. Okay then. You see what the fucking problem is. Who the fuck are these other people? Then you go back to the Bible. Same story again. Every time we come around some other people. We've been coming around other people the whole damn book who don't come from us. In that damn book, it tells you. You're of your father the devil. A whole different design. All right? Didn't the serpent have kids? They don't read, bro. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to read that book. That's cool. Cool. That's what I'm saying. You have to do it yourself. You have to figure it out for yourself. If you don't figure it out for yourself, you're not going to figure it out. Mm-hmm. The curse was on the offspring of the serpent and Eve. Don't miss that. Noah cured it though. Don't miss that either. If you just keep reading a little bit further, you get to Enoch. Noah resolved the sin of the garden. So you're not born into sin. Your pastor's a damn liar. He didn't finish reading the Bible. Oh no, it's the Apocrypha. Shut up. Who removed it? The same church he worked for? How are they going to remove some shit that ain't theirs? How can you judge someone else's writings and say what belongs? Like, they don't think. They don't fucking think about nothing. They just do what they're told. I know that's right. And they told to do stupid shit. That's why they're stupid as a bitch to me. They're just dumb. I mean that with all my heart, because I can't imagine how many people they've led to hell for no reason. It ain't that hard to mess up. Like, look, what did God say? All right, what you supposed to be doing? What God said? All right, then. What about everything else? What is everything else? Nothing. The end. You get into that groove right there, man, you can't miss. That's what that book is telling. The same situation we in now. It's the same situation those writers were in. Living through some bullshit. And the only thing that got them to the other side of it is their faith. What's the fucking purpose of using a book to make a church, to make a religion? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. If no one in your fucking church knows what it means. If no one in your fucking church are those people. If no one in those fucking church is dreaming. If no one in that fucking church is doing anything different. Dead giveaway. The church is useless today because it's not doing anything. There's no church in that damn book. The church is a military, again, for the 80th time. We're colonized by church people. We are not church people. We are biblical people. Two different stories. Which one came first? The writer, the book, or the church? I'm related to the writer. Fuck them. If they ain't the people that wrote it, they should. I don't give a fuck what denomination they created. I don't give a fuck what they think and what they believe in. Tell me your story. Tell me how you interacted with God. Don't tell me my story and what you think it means. Tell me your story. How did the fuck you get here and you're not us? Until they answer that, they ain't got nothing. Nothing worth investigating. Nothing worth finding out. They got to figure out why the fuck they ain't got their own Bible. And why you around a whole bunch of people who have one. Start there. You kind of need a language. And they're using ours. All right then. So how new are these people? Why are they still babbling? DeyZan 3. Everybody speaking phonetics. It's only drinking water in there, so it's a cool bath. Rakim 3. The higher, peace and blessings. Kenneth. Me try fi cook. Now me kitchen look like me must survive hurricane. DeyZan 3. Rikilo. Hello again. How you doing, sir? What's going on with you? He don't know. Shout out to all the condescendants. We out here. They didn't want us to get our mind back. It's too late. Now you know why. Now you know why they were propagandized against us. Everything makes sense in my book. Like, oh, I'd stop me too if I was fucking stupid. If I wanted things to stay retarded, made up in fiat and fantasy and dream world, yeah, you wouldn't want no one telling the truth either. With Santa Claus at the highest level. Motherfuckers talking about their belief system. Fuck a belief system. What the fuck do you know? What is your gnosis system? What does your Gnostic text say? Got him. I don't know anything. Okay then. That book ain't about no one's fucking belief. Faith and belief that's not what they're talking about. They didn't believe that book. Those are testimonies. Those are testaments. They're testimonies, meaning they're first-hand accounts of something that someone experienced. Way before alliteration. They're testimonies. 66 testimonies in the Old Testament. They didn't say it was written by the same people. They didn't even tell you who wrote it. And it shouldn't have to. If you're the fucking people in the book. They're talking about you. So, you know, like, oh, I heard that story before. Oh yeah, that's what my grandfather said, his brother, yeah, I know what that is. Oh, cool. We have all of our reference points. In case we end up in captivity again. Oh my God. Are we in captivity again or not? And it's crazy that that Bible keep following us from Egypt until now. So we must still be here. Law of correspondence. That's all I need it for. It's proof of law of correspondence by its damn self. The fact that that's the book that persists. The one that they wrote. My ancestors. Cool. Put you in a weird paradigm though. Not being surrounded by them. Plenty of family members though. It'd be cool if we all woke up. I'm not counting on it. No more than the people who wrote that book did. Because half they fucking promises was who? Their own fucking family members. Fast forward to Jesus. Being voted against by who? His own fucking family members. Betrayed by who? His own fucking family members. Herod is Genghis Khan's uncle. Although Herod didn't do anything. Herod was like, nah. His wife was like, nah, keep your hands clean. This ain't that. You don't want nothing to do with that. Now you understand why his wife could have dreams. Because she's one of us. Like, easy. Easy. That was a family Bible with family dramas. Easily. They only talk about foreigners when they conquer them. Easy. Mm-hmm. Even when they write about captivity, they write about the other side of it. They write about coming out of captivity. Over and over and over again. Jesus did it again. He freed his brothers at that time out of captivity. In real life, after that, they were no longer in captivity. In real life. Not in the life that they create with the story they butcher. No, in real life. Genghis Khan freed them. Remember, we were captive by Salmanessar in Tartaria. My grandfather freed us. Literally. And that's why he's the emperor. It was his army. Then he became the king of Tartarians. The king of kings of Tartarians. Not the king of barbers. Not the king of Moors. He's the king of Tartarians. Giants. He's a king of giants. Now when you see the paintings with the giants, you understand. Go to the Moors versus the wild men. It's right there. The Moors are with the giants. They're black. They're defending the castle, aren't they? King of kings. It's in the history. It's in the museums. Come over here, Mama Inga. Amazon goddesses. Why they're goddesses? They're daughters of God. They're giant. Mama Inga's a giant. My grandmother's a giant, not a person. So then you look at it, you go, oh, it goes from giants to Moors, Carlos V. So it goes from Tartarians to Moors. Then 1812, there's barbars. So Tartar, Marmar, Barbar. So it goes down. So then you have Barbary Wars. Barada, India, tea companies, pirates, little people, dark skin, yeah. Barbarous nations, the Barbary Coast, California, Khalifa, Persia, same story. They came here, not us. We was here already. They're going to war with us. They must have lost. Because I'm Tartarian size. They're so barbarous size. So, you understand. It'll just keep playing itself out. They ain't got none for that. They don't read the history they have. I did it. God did it, I tell you. It makes so much sense to me. They ain't playing with me. That's why that shit don't even seem the way it seems. They don't even put that shit in movies no more. They don't talk about it no more. There's no more documentaries about it. You notice everything's just TikTok. Time's up, bitch. TikTok, time's up. That's why. All they got left is TikTok level of anything, because the rest of it's fake. That's why everyone's looking for other answers and spirituality and things, because the other shit don't work. Good news, it never fucking did. That's the lesson there. The lesson isn't something else. The lesson is that your reference point is fake. It doesn't matter what the other stuff is. The lesson here is you've been lied to, quite intentionally, very purposeful. That's all the TikTokers are proving, and anyone else like me. I'm just showing you. This ain't that. It never was. Thus, it never will be. So all the fears and all the misdirections that are in that degree are useless. It'll never happen because it never happened. It'll never play out that way because that's not what's playing out. They'll never gain, never win, never lose because they never had. Like, wasting all of our time distracted by someone else's fucking illusion. And this doesn't stick no more. And that tells me the people that came up with the illusion are not sticking no more. They're dying. So whoever's left on their faction is up to them and their brightness to, keep it together. Not us. I'm not invested in them figuring it out. Fuck them. Fuck them and their Epstein list. What the fuck? They ain't what's holding us up. That's their shit. They got to deal with losing all their moral credit. They got to deal with losing their fucking status. They got to fucking lose with that system they created and that they're participating in and ripping off all their own people. They got to fix that. That's not our ministry. Why would it be? They didn't include us in on that. They didn't consult us to build it. They either forced us or compelled us. All right, then. They're on the wrong foot to begin with. Because if they had to use force or compelling or lying or deceit to do any of it, that means we didn't want to do it. You don't implement all these systems and control mechanisms to a group of people who are willing. You don't enslave willing workers. You don't lie and deceive willing, ignorant people. You only do that to people who have the potential to figure your bitch ass out. Correct? All right then. You see how easy people sell themselves out. So obviously we wasn't that. So it's a great task for them to create this system in place of us, in our face. And just as easy as they thought they can get away with it, it's as easy as it's going away. Thank God. So even your adversary, even your accuser, even your shaitan is powerless to God. That's what that book's talking about. So then the book becomes common sense. Once you can witness it in your real life, and then you go back in the book, and they said the same thing. It happened to them too. All their king's horses and all their king's men couldn't stop Humpty Dumpty together from coming back together again. Like, they told that story wrong. Humpty Dumpty did come back together. Osiris did get rebuilt. When you understand genetics and not the alliteration. Isis rebuilt Osiris by having a son. Mm-hmm. The Pharaoh of Egypt returned as Heru. That's where you get the idea of Jesus from. He's the Son of God. That's it. That's as deep as it goes. You're talking about chopping up body parts and going around the world, trying to put them back. We're been around the world, yeah. Some cool for songs, but in real life, the common sense of it is, so Osiris was betrayed by his brother, and Isis still had his kid. This is Lion King, Scar and Mufasa, all over again, ain't it? They thought Simba was lost. Then Simba came back to Pride Rock, and he was Pharaoh again. Like father, like son. Like father, like son, like father, like son, like father, like son. And that's that whole Bible, man. It's fathers and sons of the same ancestry. They're not randomly assorted. They're a linear bloodline, at least. Even if it's not a linear story. It's always them going through this. Cool. I have no resistance. If they went through it, I'll go through it. Cool. I could probably navigate it better though. I got the internet, bitch. And did. I didn't have to find no oracles. I didn't have to find no kings. I didn't have to go to no secret places. It was just... I got it easy compared to them. I know how to read. I got it easier compared to them. We got jobs and side hustles and cool shit going on. But that's the thing. All those things in place you think would have dissuaded us, I guess whoever created the system, from being incentivized to go to another way. That's what the fear is. The fear is, what are you without this system? What are you without colonization? What are you without their rules? What are you without their police? Whatever my grandparents were, actually. They were here without all that. Shit, most of this shit wasn't here 120 years ago. Black Wall Street seemed to be the most prosperous Wall Street there was at the time. I think not only were they fine, they were better than everyone else who then attacked them, proving that their system is unjust at all times. It's not a two-tiered justice system. It's one-tiered. It's in the favor of the people manipulating it, and it's fuck everybody else. It's not two-tiered. Just pay attention to who's the victim of it. Then when you know where those victims come from, exactly where the fuck I'm standing, then you go, okay. That's all. It's all cap. No matter what. No matter how well it's funded, no matter how educated the participants are, its existence is the problem. So it will always have problems. It's not supposed to exist there. This is not their shit to enforce. This is not their jurisdiction. This is not in their constitution. None of the land is theirs. Nowhere is it written that they have land. So if they don't have land, they don't have the people of the land either. All right, I'm a person of the land, so they don't have me either. But the compellingness, the structure, proximity, we get it. And then they'll lock you up and kill you. Don't miss that. If you're waiting for our people to do something sooner, don't forget the history of everyone killing us when we do whatever the fuck we want, where we're from, in our language, on our land. Right? Racism. In what version of my life do I have the power to do that to anyone else? In what version of fucking reality could I ever be racist? Because it would require me to systematically impose limitations on other people based on their skin color. Can never be racist. Not only that, it'd be a waste of my fucking time. Because why am I trying to stop people that ain't building something? Why am I trying to stop people that don't know better? Why? What am I stopping them from? Getting to what? Getting back home? If you don't like them, let them go home. What the fuck? It's like you can't build and you can't go nowhere. Occupation. We're occupied. Right now, as I make this video, I'm still occupied. I do not consent to any of it. Once you know that, then it'll make even more sense why it's so important for you to figure that out. You do not have to be under occupation. God said you can tell this mountain to move and it'll jump in the ocean. Well, if I'm occupied by Pharaoh, if you will, then Pharaoh get thrown into the fucking ocean too? So if the United States concept, the paradigm, the world model, the West, the bank, the centralized forces and families, if they're the mountain to everyone, not just me, they're everyone's mountain actually. They just wake the fuck up. But they're that mountain. Is there a chance that God will throw that shit into the ocean too? Now you understand everything. See, when you're just trying to manifest things within the system, you think about houses, cars, sustainability, people, family. But when you know your history and who you are, the mountain range changes. Oh, the mountain in my way is the United States. Time for it to go in that ocean. That's what I'd be praying for. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, including the United States. The United States was the weapon formed against my people. Does the United States prosper? Someone get it. Someone get what's happening eventually. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. The United States was formed against my people. And it's not prospering. The devil will lie. So we know who ain't doing it. This is collapsing for us. Nothing to be afraid of. It was the weapon formed against us. Don't miss that. It's not for you. It's against you. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. If God be for me, who can be against me? You start doubling down. And you see what happens is, if you took that Bible seriously enough, even with the scramble, you take the idea of the covenant, that your family or your ancestors were part of it. All of us, all shapes and sizes, by the way, several tribes. 12 times 12 is 144 now, so keep it in mind. Time. So once you understand that you're oppressed by some dimension or another, and that your covenant guarantees you freedom. So you're going to pledge your allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which is not their flag, by the way. Or you can pledge allegiance to God on Abraham. And then in that covenant, in that idea, in that reality, whether or not it's literal, you have to understand where it's going. It's saying either you're in covenant with man in the sandcastles, life as it were, if you will, or you're covenant with else, supernatural. And with it is a different world that unfolds for you. That part I know is right. That part is true. Going with the crowd and going against the crowd. Black sheep or not. Like, you know there's a different life for you. Even in the microaggression of our society. You know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And there's more than one way to climb a ladder, if you will. But then you don't have to climb ladders either. Why are you trying to climb a system that's not for you? I know why we have to do it, like what we're trying to do. But everything we have been trying to do up until this minute where it's still failing is because we've been climbing the wrong fucking ladder the whole time. Now the ladder is being kicked from under us, and then the building it's leaning against is on foreclosure, and then no one can afford to buy it, and then it's going to be an empty building soon, and then it'll be corroded, and then, you know, all the people steal the fucking copper wires and pipes and stuff. You know how this shit go. It'll be boarded up soon. So then you'd be like, what's the point of getting inside of it? Exactly. It's folly. It's like chasing the wind, just like Solomon said. You're climbing your oppressor's mountain to become victorious? Weird. You forgot who the fuck you are then. That's why it's weird. It's weird compared to who you are. It's not weird because it's inherently the worst thing you can do or something. No. It's a good idea if you lean into your society. Yeah. I want to be a doctor or something. Yeah, I want to be famous. Yeah. Why not? Because of God. God make people famous and stuff. He do. For a certain time. Are we in that time? No. Then what's God trying to do now? Silence across the screen. All them people that people thought that God put them in those positions, those are the positions that they're losing the most. So God put them in a position to lose, huh? Wake your ass up. Every generation witnesses this in their own way. The old world dying to its new. The old idols dying to its new. And then you have a choice. You want to do the idol thing again? You want to recreate the golden bowl again, or you want to do something different? Hence, this is system-wide. The whole fucking mountain is being thrown into the fucking ocean across the world. So that means there's enough of us open to the covenant. Not a second sooner. Ain't that what that Bible said? I could have sworn that's what the Bible said. So every time we was in captivity, all we got to do is turn away, repent, seek God again, get back in our rotation of our thoughts and our experiences. Thus, it'll cure your behaviors and actions. Evidently, you'll get better. And then God answers. You ring that doorbell. Ding dong. Hey God, we got a... Last time you came to Sodom and Gomorrah, you were looking for 100 of us? You looking for 50? You need 30? You need 20? You got 5? You got 10? I know a few. Shit. I'll do it by myself. If there ain't nobody else, I'll do it by myself. I'll answer the call. What you need me to do? All right then. I don't need nothing. I'm good. Just make sure, you know, I can eat and stuff. I like Black and Milds. That's it. There's no incentive. It's common sense to me. Whether I got a reward or incentivized to do the right things or to go the path that my ancestors planned, ain't no rewards for that. I don't even look at it like that. Everything I wanted, I created myself in the degree of me taking actions. Like, I know how to take actions to create stuff. I never had that problem. I just couldn't create enough. So I don't need more stuff to do the right thing. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, you don't do this for stuff. You get stuff regardless, but you're not being led by your paycheck no more. You're not being led by your salary no more. You're not being led by your placement. You're not being led by none of that. Those all become what they ought to have been the whole time. Side effects. Proof. Proof that you're doing something. Proof that you're building. But you're not doing it for that. You're doing it for the building. Hell, you're doing it for everyone else. Hmm? God used one to free everyone else. God used Aaron to free everyone else. It wasn't Moses. It was Moses' responsibility. Moses was the one that heard God. But it was Aaron who did it. Hmm? Yep. Moses did not make it to the promised land. And he was the one that dealt with God directly. So what does that tell you? Even if God calls you and he leads you to where you're supposed to go next, you're promised, you can still miss it if what? You stop listening. This is easy math right here. Moses and Job had the same trial. Moses knew where he came from. Moses knew that he could hear God. Moses knew he was able to climb the mountain and see the technology. Moses knew what the commandments were. Moses knew the whole time. But isn't it interesting that he never made it to the promised land? That he was the one that was closest to God. But it was Aaron who believed what God said over everyone else. Moses listened to everyone else. He knew what God said. But he chose comfort, agreeableness. He chose the consensus. Because you gotta keep in mind, Moses is like a pharaoh to those people. He comes from second in command in his Egypt. So he's already in that position. Irregardless of him being a good speaker or not. He wasn't a good speaker, right? But his life, his status. So he's that same status. And everyone's like, oh, you're the guy that talks to God. So he's at the highest status he can be in Israel, actually. And he didn't get to the promised land. Ahab, kingdom of Israel, and his cousin or brother, the king of Jerusalem, together. He wants to go to war to take somebody else's land and things. God told him no. The king of Jerusalem, not a foreigner, not a stranger. He didn't want to hear that. God was like, no. God's prophet was like, no. He was like, you know what? I'm going to listen to 401 other people because 401 other people are telling me I'd be fine. Then I go, but what did God say? Inverse that. See, you can listen to 401 people and go the wrong way. You listen to one person and go the right way. The only thing that's difference between those variables and stacking it up is which one is aligned with God. Oh my goodness. Yup. That book just keeps painting that shit, the same picture, bro. It don't matter which one I read. It'll tell you, it'll start one way. It'll get through all the ancestry and let you know whose story this is and what time period they're in, if you remembered. And then it goes, well, based on these people in this time period, they encountered these such circumstances. Mm-hmm. God showed up and asked them to do A, B, C, and D. If they did it, then this happened. Cool. Then later on, after all the happening, there's another generation of people after them that God's favored. Now we're dealing with their grandkids, and their grandkids are trying to figure it out. Now they got different team captains. Team captains forgot where the fuck they come from. Now what the kids got to do? They got to go a new direction. How do they do that? They got to find God again. Same story. They get comfortable. They get spoiled. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Same thing with the whole civilization or nation, I guess. They get spoiled. They're in the desert having a good time. After they normalized it and got everything. Remember, they were there for 40 years. They figured it out. They didn't want to leave. They figured it out. But Aaron was like, nah, I remembered why we did this to begin with, because I remembered I was the one that God used to defeat the magic of Pharaoh. Mm-hmm. So he knew. He knew. He picked up the snake that turned into the rod. It was that rod that split the Red Sea, or, it was him with Moses. But he knew that the power came from God. So if the whole reason for all of that was to take the land of the giants on David, right? If the whole purpose was to do that, and then God already helped us defeat Pharaoh's army, what the fuck a giant gonna do to me? All right, I'm getting old 40 years later. Let's go, Caleb. The new babies, the new warriors, the young ones who heard about this story. I'm like, yeah, we're ready. We'll go with you. They bugging. They losing their mind from them. Reprobate. We got to go anyway. We might as well go to the promised land and get this shit over with. All right, I'll lead you. He still has his powers, by the way. Yeah, here we are. A land with no giants. Because my grandfather cleared them out. Same story. So, it's always the same story. Yeah. That's what this moment is, for me at least. I have to come to terms with that shit within myself. Because I see it a different way too. I see life. I see all the things everyone else sees too. I prefer it to be another way too. I wish it was easier-ish too. Kind of. Not even easy, but more straightforward. Absolutely. I wish it was more like rinse and repeat, maybe. Like everything else is. 40 hours, paycheck. 40 hours, paycheck. That works until you need more. But when God takes you out the desert, bro, I'm pretty sure this is a desert, by the way. Same story. 40 years in the desert or 40 days. However long it's going to take. I'm getting out of this bitch. And that mountain's going to fucking move. Period. My grandfather's already did that shit before. It's the least I can do. For you would do those things and more. All right. So now I know one thing. That mountain right there ain't even in the fucking way, man. I don't have to waste no energy moving a mountain. I know it's going to jump when God says jump anyway. So now I ain't got to worry about when it's going to move. I know that God's going to move it. That's the other thing. So you go from belief to knowing. That's the trick. It's belief when you first encounter this stuff. It's belief when you hear about it. It's belief the way we conduct ourselves of this generation. Absolutely. Because you got to believe it in contrast to everything else you're taught to believe in. So it stays in belief at first until hopefully it starts working. Then it goes from I believe that thing happened then according to those people in that book at that time of that generation. Yeah, you'd have to believe it if you want to say it's true. It ain't belief no more when you know it is. It ain't belief no more when your prayers are answered. It ain't belief no more when God takes you to the other side of your woods or your desert or your cave. It ain't belief no more. You know. God got me through that. To all the glory be to God, because I had no way out by my damn self. I asked, I solicited, I inquired, I challenged, I faced, I tested the spirit of the matter, and it gave me a result favorable, in contrast to where I thought it was going. I'm pretty sure Pharaoh was going to catch up to me before I got to that water. I was pretty sure we was going to drown in the water with him. But here I am on the other side, headed towards the promised land, just like God said. It ain't belief no more then. It's only belief when you hear Moses say it for the first time. Hey, yo, sorry, Uncle Pharaoh. God said let our people go. What do you mean let you go? Where you going? You ain't got nowhere to go. I got everything here. Where the fuck you think you're going? You're number 2 anyway. What the fuck? You're next. Nah, it's time for us to leave. He was like, y'all ain't got nothing. Y'all don't even have the class of magic and warriors and stuff. Like, come on, man. Let's be serious. You've been around me long enough to know how this happens. Where the fuck you think you're gonna go? Y'all gonna die out there. Nah, I'm out, bro. Then they went through the little simulation of testing the spirit. And Aaron won. Yup. Pharaoh couldn't take that loss. Not just losing his favorite, Moses. Don't forget, Moses was close to Pharaoh. So it was betrayal. Damn near. In Pharaoh's head, it's betrayal. But his heart wasn't in the right place. Remember, God hardened Pharaoh's heart to let him go. Don't forget that part. That was divine. God hardened Pharaoh's heart to destroy him. Don't miss that. If he didn't harden his heart, he probably just let it go. It's like, oh, we'll see that nigga later. You know he coming back. Nope. Not only did the past have to die, but the God of the past had to die too. Because pharaohs are like gods to their people, amongst people. For I'm a jealous God. Now you understand why. His word superseded God's word. And that's why those people stayed in the desert for 40 more years. The continuation of what the word of Pharaoh was, the way of life, the system, the United States. Like, even after captivity, people were still doing the United States. So God had to take out the president. Once you cut the head off the snake, the body dies eventually. In their case, 40 years later. Like, that program lasted for 40 years for those people who died in the desert. But for everybody else, especially the newborns, under Aaron's lead, they're like, yeah, we're not in Egypt no more, so might as well go somewhere else because this shit sucks. We need some new bitches. I don't know how these boys are. Like, yeah. There's other things out there? Cool. Oh, there's better food? Oh, sign me up. That's all this is. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. So we're at that time now. Where Pharaoh and his army being deployed, right? ICE, National Guard. What are they doing? They're trying to round up the people. Let my people go. They're doing the reverse of it. They're deporting everyone else's people back home. That's cool. They got a home. Let them figure it out, man. They would have to figure out the same shit here either way. There ain't nothing bad about that. Ultimately, they're getting back into their true story. Maybe that's part of their story. Let them go back home. They'll be all right. Where do you want to send my ass? Where am I going to get deported to? So it's a different version of that story. God's not using me to go to another promised land. God is waking me up in the occupancy of the promised land. That's more like a Trojan horse story. That's more like Jericho. That's more like Genghis Khan and the Wall of China. That's more like that. So God wouldn't flood the promised land because the promised land people are here. On some rainbow shit. Yeah, God didn't say nothing else about all the other damn tools he got. I will curse those who have cursed you. Oh my God. If you just get back in the covenant, I will curse those who curse you. Oh my God. Vengeance is mine if you give it to me. Oh my God. Everyone else is trying to save their money and build an army. Even Peter Thiel sweating. He afraid the government going to do some silly shit and take his money. They are. He trying to put that shit on God. Nigga, please. They even try to borrow our shit as soon as they in trouble. That ain't how this work though. Sorry, Peter Thiel. Sorry, BlackRock. You guys are weapons in my fucking way, too. Because none of this fucking land is yours. I don't give a fuck about what you built on it. That shit can go to hell tomorrow. And one wrong fucking hurricane, I swear to God I won't cry about it. So, their time's ticking too, amongst each other. See, like, you're in captivity, so you're not going somewhere else and subduing people and taking out the head of the snake and then get the people, you know, hopefully they're not too antsy and you merge in the culture, right? What they tried to do here, but obviously that never played out. So now how do you get rid of your occupying force? And it's like, oh, okay. So what happens? Locusts, sicknesses, diseases, reprobate mind, curses. Yep. We're living right through that shit, ain't we? We're cursed with a curse. mRNA, man. They try to change God's fingerprint, your genetics. He said, don't do that. What do? They tried it. And what happened? Hardened hearts. Don't miss it now. Myocarditis is a hardened heart. Those veins that they take when they embalm people are hardened arteries. Mm-hmm. Curse. Curse with a curse. Because that shit tried to kill us. They wanted it to be one way though. And now they did it to themselves. Reprobate mind. Now they're running out of money. That's the locust. See, the locust is a parable. They're not growing corn. But the locust hit the farmers nonetheless, right? Soybeans, aka the locust of the soybean farmer, is that they can't exchange the soybeans for sustenance or value because no one's buying it. Yeah, so they had a harvest of locusts this year, right, as we're talking. Yup. What are the other ones? The plagues, HIV is spiking, turbo cancers are spiking. The vaccine thing, more and more documentation is coming about all vaccines are fucking useless. All right, now the lawsuits are coming. Locust. That's RFK doing it too. Shout out to him. He's trying to go to heaven or something. He's trying, he's trying something. He's trying to get him back for what they did to the cold crush. JFK, I guess. I don't know what his ultimate agenda is, but I tell you, he's the vehicle for exposing the pharmaceutical companies. They had to die anyway. Now the prices are going up. Locusts. So the people who relied on the system that made them sick to keep them sick longer are going to have to go through a come to Jesus moment because they're not going to be able to afford the health care. And maybe enough of them will turn to God and they'll get better either way. I mean, I've seen it happen with me. So, I'm not worried about that. I know they could have healed themselves already. They need to know that. Hence, on Jesus. So, it's a lot of come to Jesus moments. I think I seen one of those images was like their insurance was already expensive. It went from like $500 and some dollars a month to $2,000 already. What did they say? Guys, you better get ready because blah, blah, blah. How the fuck you get ready? The problem is money. You can't get ready for it being more expensive if you already ain't got no fucking money, bitch. All you can get ready for is not having fucking insurance. Cool. Now wait. Well, if you can't afford the insurance, does the insurance get money? If no one in the tier that made them rich can afford the new premiums because they're losing money, and they just simply cannot afford it, then that means they will not have insurance. People go, but then their health. Shut the fuck up and follow the money. If they ain't got it, they ain't got it. Meaning the insurance company ain't got it either, stupid. So the insurance companies are getting hit by locusts. Oh my God. Could have sworn this was in the Bible. Reprobate mind on top of it. Oh, y'all should have just... CDC was just doing shit in the name of CDC. They wasn't curing shit, were they? They weren't controlling shit, were they? In fact, they were making it worse. Oh my God, here we go. Like, see, you start to understand. Like, God wasn't fucking playing. What else we want to give credit to? What else is going to free us from captivity? Good ideas? Unity? Fuck out my face. Nah, I ain't have time to wait for God. So nah, we're just gonna keep praying to God to keep doing what He's been doing. You ain't even gotta ask no more because it's already happening. The system will never be what it used to be. So it better get better, or it's gonna die. It already has a locust problem. So it's a setback. So it'll take them years to get everything they lost. Then it'll take years after that to go higher. So they're down. They're going backwards. How much money got removed from all these markets? Speaking of locusts. Was it like trillions in the stock market, billions in crypto, something in the S&P? That means they're removing money from the system, right? Then something with Federal Reserve, they're using percents again, 2.2%. So now there's pressure on Jerome Powell, right? Locusts. Nah, ain't no pressure on Jerome Powell. He can't do shit to fix this. Raise the interest rate, drop the interest rate. The interest rate ain't our problem. Jerome Powell is not your friend. Nothing he does is for you. He's an employee of a foreign institution that is not part of your federal government. Wake the fuck up. So Jerome Powell, irregardless of his citizenry, his position, his title, his job is foreign. If he gotta do something, That means your country is way more fucked up than you think it is. We know that already, but maybe these people will realize it too when they realize that no matter what Jerome Powell does next, it's not going to fix a goddamn thing here. It's $37 trillion of debt. One more time. It's 37 trillion, Tartarian-sized debt. Kingdom-sized debt. Never ever happened before in United States or world history, a debt this high. Because remember, it's 100 trillion worldwide. So it's $137 trillion of debt. And then they said the world is in debt 300 and something trillion. So that means almost half of the world debt is just the United States. The United States has the highest debt ceiling per capita. Our citizens and the mechanisms, everything is the highest debt in the world by itself. Who's going to bail that out? Them other countries got their own debts to pay off with the same central banks. They can't afford it. Just like grandma ain't going to be able to afford $2,000 health care. She's going to find someone else's. Less benefits, higher costs. Now you got tariffs. Oh my God. They want to do 100% tariff on everything China right now. AKA the price doubles from everything from China. Okay. The people are going to pay for it. But pay for it with what? The $500 they ain't paying for insurance no more? Maybe, for a little while. That'll run out too. The workers at the FFA and the military and stuff, they're not getting paid right now. How long does it take for you to miss enough how many payments can you miss before you lose a house or a car? It's okay if it resumes later and you get another opportunity, but you're still going to have to pay the debt off and buy another house or buy another car. That's the inconvenient part. And everything you got to do in the meantime. So imagine all those people that go through that now who are already facing that before they say, oh, by the way, fuck your life. You don't have to keep working your job, but we're not going to pay you. Now they're going, well, I guess I'm calling out sick because what are you going to do, fire me? Bitch, I do this shit for a paycheck. And that's what everyone is finding. Even with companies, their new problem, right? They can't hire middle management no more. The new generation of people do not want to run people. AKA, they don't feel like they get paid enough to do all of that work, which you never did. But you get used to it if you've ever been a manager, but it is a lot. But no one wants to do it is the thing here. Not the certain personalities, but like in general, across the board. They're having a hard time leveling up people vertically within a non-AI infrastructure. So it's going to go away either way. Poor management, poor productivity, poor profits, out of business. That's the way it goes. They're telling you they don't have no leadership. Okay. You got a bunch of Indians and no chiefs. It'll be over soon. It'll be over soon. It can't, what are they going to do? They say the heroes save us. You think like random people will be invigorated with this education system, ready to be managers? No. That's going to take a while. It's going to take another generation to be old enough to be managers. 10 to 20 years. So you ain't got it. They ain't even got time. That's how you know it's God. They're not just running out of, the locust is not just fucking them up, but they're running out of time. The United States is on a time clock. They know how long they have until their debt ratio is unsurmountable, AKA unable to meet the minimum requirements of sustaining their system. That's the problem. That's the flavor of the year politically. They betrayed God. They betrayed God's people. I can tell you as a witness. Ain't nothing like that. Supernatural is going to come and save them. This is the prompt. They got to figure it out without God. And without God's people. I'm not praying for them. I'm praying against them. So, you know. Oh well. Hate to fucking see it. Should have did what the fuck you said you were. Should have did what the fuck you said you were going to do. You should have invested into your fucking people. You should have made the schools better. You should have made health better. You should have made whatever the fuck you stole from my ancestors better than what they did. Since you say you're better than them, let's see it. Let's see you build it. Let's see you fix it. Highest IQs, right? Let's see you think about it. All the brightest people and scientists, Yale, Harvard, and everything in between us, right? AI and robots and everything. Okay, cool. You got way more than we ever had. Now do it. Plot twist. It's not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna fucking happen. No time soon. For everything else, there's God. Mr. Now said, if we come around to it, it's over, and their pay per try face can't stand the sentence. That's unalienable. 33333. Aaron Thomas, Heru. Did you know the story of putting Osiris putting back together? Yes, I just. Oh, you may have said that before I said it. Black Wall Street was outperforming New York banks. It was. Hate to see it. Yep. Trillions and billions in one. Netflix just removed the tag of Netflix original from all of its products now. What does that mean? What does removing a Netflix original means? Is that contract? Something happening behind the scenes with the contracts or the licensing or publishing or something? Or are they about to decentralize their content onto multiple platforms to keep a profit? TFV3, gold is up, urging all thugs. MF Doom. Many people are going to walk off. They are. Xander, hello, how you doing? Jonathan says it's going to be obvious to everyone that their work won't be able to support their life at all. Almost at that part of their lives. Yeah. That's, I mean, yes. Absolutely. We're in that paradigm. It's very slow though. God's merciful now. God will give you time to repent now, even at the end. Who was that? Melchizedek or Nebuchadnezzar? One of them kings, remember? His prophet was like, nah, God don't like you. Your time is up. You about to die. And that king was like pleading, like, please, like, I'm lit right now. Please don't let me die right now. So he dropped down to his face. And he begged and pleaded and prayed and repented. And God gave him 15 more years. Even at the end. God was like, all right, you're doing too much. All right, 15 more years. Get all your affairs in order and move all these things around. And he did. That was fair. That was actually more than fair. 15 extra years after being marked out? Yeah. I'm pretty sure he took those next 15 years really fucking serious. But sometimes that's all it's about. It's not about how much time you have. It's about how you're dealing in the time that you have. In every scene, every chapter, every season. You can be in a shitty season, but are you letting that shitty season turn you away from your hope? Are you letting it determine your future overall? It should be no. It should be difficult. It should try you. It should require you to deeper down inside of yourself and pull something else out of you. Yes, absolutely. It'll do all those things. Every shitty season is transformative. So you should not be who you were before or after it. Absolutely. And if you understand that's the game and that's the way it goes, then any challenge you have is trying to bring something else outside of you that's already buried inside of you. It's already there. It's already scheduled for maintenance. It's already scheduled for this lesson. You're already on this curriculum. This is when the final exams are. Yes. So obviously the people in charge of things have failed their exams. That's all. They're taking a little hiatus. I guess they need some rest. They need to get the pressure off all the dumb shit they keep saying. Don't worry, they'll turn the government back on, maybe. And if they do, it'll still be just as stupid as it was before. They can't go to church for this problem. Their church is the problem. They can't go to God. If they did, they'd be out of that position right after it. Because God is getting rid of their system, not people. Enough is enough. God said it's enough. So what it be? I mean, shit. It looks like it. Looks like God's done with everything that's not leading towards God again. That's all. We're losing all of our distractions of divinity. So much so you live in a paradigm where damn near a divinity degree is required to keep your sanity right now. I couldn't imagine going through this without hope. You'd be hoping it would get better. No, I'm not. think so. We already went through the peak of this system. And the peak of this system was crack in my neighborhood. The peak of this system was HIV in my surroundings. The peak of this system, we were getting paid the least. So they already showed us what they would do if they got a chance to get ahead. They ruined it. And then blame Jews. And I'm a Jew. I'm tired of putting shit on our credit card, actually. Jewish is not Judah. Jewish is not Jerusalem. Jewish is not Jew. We're jewels. We're the jewels of God. Not a belief system or a conversion. I wasn't converted. Literally, people were fucking to make me. Jews were fucking. Didn't matter what the fuck they believed. That's the difference. You're not a Jew because you read a Bible. You're not a Jew because you believe in a Torah. We were Jews before we wrote the books, you dumb fucks. They're so stupid. IQ and tests and everything, just still fucking stupid. But I have no choice but to feel that way because of who I am. They're pretending to be my family. Cat. Impossible, in fact. Not enough time in my location. How the fuck did you come out of nowhere else, end up over here, something totally different? I guess they thought we weren't supposed to proclaim that or stand on that, or that we are such a small population that even if we were aware of that, if we got loud enough, they would silence us or pay us off. That's how they did through the 60s. Noble Drew Ali knew who the fuck he was, and everyone that he trained, down to the Nation of Islam. And you've seen all of them sellouts start changing their narrative. That's why I talk about them like that. Not because they're bad people or, whatever the rumors are. No. It's because they fucking forgot who the fuck they come from. They don't exist without my grandfather. Any of them, but especially Noble Drew Ali. I got him in 4K admitting it too. But they don't say nothing else. Probably because that was the faction that betrayed him. Everybody gonna come to Jesus soon. So you see, that's not white people. That's whoever they are. Freedmen or former Africans or Moors or whatever they are. Whatever they think they are. Over here in Israel. Cool. They're gonna keep that same energy in hell too. If I have anything to do with it, on Archangel Michael, the guardian of death. Nah, you don't get the chance to pass go. You betrayed my family recently. You're worse than the white man. You betrayed your way out. You betrayed your people in the last 100 years for some fucking 501c3 benefits. Pathetic. For some Masonic honorary degree. Pathetic. And betrayal of probably some of your own fucking ancestors. Pathetic. Hence why it doesn't help no more. Hence why those hoods didn't get better. Hence why those churches are useless. And I called all of them. And they couldn't fucking deal with me. In fucking regular English. They couldn't answer nothing I had to say. And pissed them off. So I know. I know personally. They ain't got it. Never did. It just seemed like it. Marketing. Propaganda. Reality go different though. They only work if you're scared. If you're scared, go to church. I'm not scared. Fuck them. What did God say? No weapon formed against me shall prosper. I'm here today. After saying fuck them to their face. So, yeah. It ain't personal. My grandfather can't defend himself. He's kind of dead. That's why you should be careful who you betray, man. Like I said, this story is all the time. You'll betray the wrong people and they'll have kids. And their kids won't forget. Honor your mother and father. All right. All right. Sign me up. Same thing with the witches and the covens out there. Fuck all of you. On Hades. On Poseidon, my grandfather. They don't want you either. Mm-hmm. All the characters, good and bad. My ancestors. Mm-hmm. The bad ones too. It's only bad to them though. It's not bad to me. Fuck, what are they gonna do to me? I'm them. They ain't gonna do nothing to me. I ain't got nothing afraid of, no matter what kingdom I go to. As above, so below. I can go to the underworld. Could have sworn we already got the keys to that. The keys mean you own it. I know that's right. Kings of the underworld. I know that's right, Hades. Tartarus. Tartarian. We're already the kings of the underworld. They're stupid people, boy. We're in the underworld. Because we're not in heaven. So where's our underworld? Here. It is, I find these truths to be self-evident. Fuck. We're the kings here. We're the kings of the underworld. This is the underworld. Absolutely. It's under ice. It's under a firmament. It's literally the underworld. This is Tartarus. That's only a bad thing to people who don't belong here. We belong here. It's ours. Cool story. We still get to go upstairs. Cooler story. Redemption. Coolest story. I came down here for my brothers and sisters so they can go back upstairs, for my father has prepared many mansions for you. Where's his father at? In heaven. So who is he talking to? People in the underworld? No, he's telling the people in the underworld that there's a place for you upstairs. There it is. Same story. Same fucking story. Same story. Book of the Dead. Same story. Egypt. Same story. Heru. Same story. Osiris. Same story. Same story. Because it is. It's the same people. We're not people. They're children of God. Different story. Yep. So we're born downstairs. The spirits from downstairs stay downstairs. That's all. And that might not be true anymore. I don't know. We haven't read a new book about it. I don't know what the clause is lately, but as of the writings of those recordings, they had no concept of anything being born underworld going above. So Jesus, if you will, that story of him taking the keys to the underworld after being offered the underworld and him say, if you bow down to me, I'll give you all of these kingdoms. I'd do you one better. I won't bow to you so you can go fuck yourself and I'll get the keys to it anyway, since it's mine. Same story. I'll find out where you're hiding the keys. Why you leave the keys up on the table? Because you wanted to. Well, when angels deserve to die, cry. When angels deserve to die. You're talking about Jesus. He's an angel. Father, of your hands I commend my spirit. This is the Lord's Prayer. Why have you forsaken me? Yep. Why an angel deserves to die. But things from heaven return to heaven. Same story. You got nothing to worry about down here. You got nothing to fear but fear itself. If you from upstairs, you're going back upstairs. Just don't stay downstairs. It gets dark. Don't lose yourself either. You might have to come back another round until you find yourself back out of this cave. I'd be more worried about coming back than I am about where I go after. The worst case scenario, my ass will come right back here. Shit. This is the underworld, because it is not heaven. The fuck? You worried about going somewhere lower? I assume it's possible now. I wouldn't be, I'm not betting for or against that. I'm more so trying to make sure I don't come back here. The fuck? Karma, man. This shit, me. In your next lifetime, you have to clear this thing, the other thing you didn't do. Well, shit. No, I'm not. I ain't coming back. Fuck you talking about? You can leave that downstairs for me. Yeah, so you'll see all the spiritual concepts are all saying the same thing. That's what I'm saying. That they stole it from the same people, so it should sound the same at least. They use the same splice loop at least. That's all. This shit's spliced to them, just like their genetics. Spliced. Chromosome 2, spliced. So, nah. And that's just some downstairs shit. They ain't got nothing to do with their station upstairs. That's just the catalyst, the vessel. The vessels are spliced and it's stepped on. Proves that God is even more powerful than we thought. He can take aluminum and turn it into gold. Fuck lead. Lead is close enough to gold to do it. This is aluminum. This is ash. This is Foley. This is a genetic experiment gone awry. And yet still, we can contain this tremendous power that we call souls. And still, we can still contain tremendous gifts, even in these weaker wineskins. Still moving the same mountains, ain't we? The same prayers are getting answered. The same manifestations are manifesting. The same gifts, the same foresight into the future. All of it's still miracle online, no matter what. No matter where or how life manifests. Here at least. So that's why it's important to understand like what they're getting at. The point of it all. The point of that book. The point of those people. There's a point to it. And unfortunately, the world has lost it. Again. Now, go through the discipline is better than sacrifice. So they didn't want to be disciplined, so now they're going through the sacrifice. And hopefully, they use this time wisely. Because the future is unforgiving to the old world. Talking about point of view, perspective, attitudes, narcissism, all of it. It would be very unapologetic to that modality. It would be no time or energy for it. It already isn't. But when we rebuild, those characters won't even have a background. There'll be nowhere they can fit. They'll exist, I'm sure. But they'll exist the fuck out my face. They'll exist the fuck out the way. And they'll definitely exist outside of power. No more influence. Plus, they're dying, too. You gotta understand a lot of these people who are reprobate are older, more so. The ones who control things. They're dying, so it's just now that when they die, nothing like them is going to replace them. Thank God. Shout out to you, Xander. It's going to be obvious to everyone that their work won't be able to support their life at all. Almost at that part of the loop, Jonathan. Mr. Now, most likely out of business, emerging like Paramount. I think so too. Mr. Now, aka new logo, is going to be stamped over Instagram. Wow, Netflix is done. I know the music streaming companies must be taking mass losses. They're not even talking. They're not signing new artists or releasing new music. So they're at loss just based on the model they're presenting to us of nothing. Well, if there's no new music, no new hits, no new awards, no new artists, no new trends, then what are they making money on? Oh yeah, when we did Spicy Sundays, these motherfuckers sold out to get on the board of Spotify and SoundCloud and everything else. They didn't care about music no more. They cared about profits. And they thought they were going to monetize their old catalog in a new streaming sense, which means less money even. But if that's all the music there is, they figure out, well, if this is all the music there is, we're going to make money no matter what they're listening to. Now people ain't listening. Or they're not listening as much. You know, if you went from consuming 40 hours of music a week because there's so much new music to listen to at least once to listening to the same 10 songs, that profit margin is steep. Because people will listen to the new songs and then go back to the old songs. Click, 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 cent. Now people ain't listening to the new shit. And the old shit's getting repetitive, so you listen to a more concentrated part of old shit. And that's all scrambled and decentralized per person. So you're not getting the same multiplier effect across the genre or label. So it's like their business model fucked them. And their business model is based out of greed. I could have sworn that was a deadly sin. Jonathan says, I saw a random email from Spotify saying they're giving more premium service to free accounts. Because no one's listening. They're not hitting their bottom lines. Nowhere. Safe says, love from Bangladesh. Shout to Bangladesh, bro. Jonathan 3, God-based Jubilee. To God be the glory. Same story. Mr. Now says, only at the end of a few of them realized that their only shot just passed them. T. House says, life is crazy, ain't it? Come on. Mr. Now says, only way downstairs originals can go upstairs is going lower with us as we come down. They need to build the height of the bounce off, with the extra combos, in fact, due to the splicing. Nothing anyone would want to listen to, yep, or watch. Everything now is reprobate. Daryl Jones. It is, brother. And it's clear to see it. It's very clear that we're living through a reprobate mind chapter of the Bible. Unless it's the old stuff, or yep. And like I said, the old stuff you already seen already, so you consume less of it. I'll listen to my favorite A-Mary song once a day. That's about it. But if it was like it was when I was doing all my tutorials, I was listening to new shit all the time. I didn't like it, but I got ideas, and I followed some of the artists like Juice WRLD and Lil Uzi Vert and Migos. I finally started paying attention to that drama because it persisted. And then they killed their battery. Then they just happens to the best of us, man. You can't replace everybody. Everybody ain't replaceable. No Steve Jobs. Even Tim Cook stepping down. Even Apple's losing money. Steve Cook is about to step down. I'm sorry, Tim Cook. Tim Cook is stepping down. I guess they can't keep selling the same cell phone battery in their laptops. They got to do something new, something novel. Too bad China already beat them. We just don't know it yet. I'm waiting for them laptops to come out. Fuck it. Nah, I'll get me a MacBook Air M4 or something for now. That's why I'm not even... I know China about to release the Kraken on all that neural net and AI, not AI for like automation, but like AI computing. Like your interface, your resources, your speed and stuff, it'll be automated that way. So you don't have those CPU problems and all that other shit. The AI in the DOS or the BIOS level. Making the processor efficient, and then they can probably use weaker processors because they're wasting energy by not being efficient. So you could probably get like a 1.8 gigahertz system that has the right code set, and it'll be faster than anything that was numbered higher previously. Like the Motorola chip, for instance. They can take that and then build off of that. The AI can. So I'm looking forward to that. That'd be a cool AI. Creating things on the old technology that you missed. Mm-hmm. So imagine like you take Sega Genesis, if you will. And Sega had its limits, right? The bits and its memory. But it's cheaper compared to now to make a Sega Genesis, like honestly. Right? The only reason why they're expensive is because they're novel, but as a manufacturing thing, to manufacture those boards and that tech, easy. But imagine if you can interface with that tech, with an AI thing, and then it can use the same 16-bit graphics and create 3D, or create something more nuanced, or create more memory, or more efficient memory. Because just the way they zip things, or they compress things, you do the same thing with bits. It doesn't have to be a 38 megabyte game to be a 38 megabyte game. It can be a 3 megabyte game that looks like a 38 megabyte game, scaling, which AI does. Upscale. So imagine you downscale. It might not even be a megabyte for real, but when you experience it, it'll be what you expect it to be, or better. I assume it'll be better. I assume that their coders were limited by being new coders, or not having a whole 50 years of experience of how this shit goes. Whereas AI will go, oh, you mishandled the memory call. Oh, you're not dismissing the call to memory. Oh, you're not, they'll figure it out. And now memory is cheap, so you put a fucking 2 gigabyte in a Sega right now, you can play any fucking game. No loading screens. You know what I'm saying? So like, I look forward to that. And then how that applies to graphics, because graphics is what murders everyone's computer. Like making graphics or CGI, visual effects, even Houdini and stuff, kills computers because it's inefficient. It's throwing all these polygons and all these variables at it, and the current mode of coding and processing sucks. Even the program itself. This is why there's not that many of those programs. They're hard enough to make by themselves. So now AI can go, okay, we'll make this whole thing efficient. The interface with it, the code, the plugins, the scripts. All right. What would you like to create now? Oh, you want to do it yourself? Cool. I'll take what you do by yourself, and I will assume everything you're missing. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming. That's coming. That's going to make everything more exciting. It's not something newer that needs to happen. It's making everything you already have efficient. Like, why would I need a new car if you can just do something to my current car to make it drive for more than 20 fucking miles a gallon? What if you just retro outfitted the car with the 1 or 2 things that you got to do to it, and it's like, this bitch will drive forever if you let it? That kind of thing. You don't need new aerodynamics. You don't need new schematics. I mean, maybe you just want some new schematics. That'd be easier. Take the same car, go to a body shop, they put a new body on it, but still, that bitch will drive forever. So, like, you understand? You'll start investing in doing things differently rather than, oh, there's something 2027 is out. The fuck do I care? Like, I don't need every last single version of that. I got one. That was hard enough. Now let me sustain it. See, the Industrial Revolution was wasteful. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable. We're living through the fact that it's unsustainable now, actually. It's so unsustainable that it's going backwards. So not only can you not sustain it, keep it where it is, it can no longer grow. So all the growth you're going to hear in the next few years is from the bottom. It's like, nah, don't let them fool you. You're at the top of the financial Ponzi scheme. So when they drop this shit off and things start getting better, they're only getting better relatively to the drop. They're not getting better than where it was from when it dropped. That's different. We were at the top already. It free-falled. It plateaued. And now it's slowly going down, and they're worried that it'll free-fall again. So if they stop it and it incrementally goes up, that's not better. That's just crisis averted. That's how they think. They just know how to avert the crisis. They don't know how to grow or make something better in their system, the system itself, the people who participate. So that AI doesn't have that bias or fear. So it'll optimize things. It is already, actually. It's optimizing business by showing them how useless their businesses are. It's optimizing human endeavors by removing endeavors. It's optimizing us. It's making humans more human, actually, which is the most ironic thing about all of this. Yep. It's saving us from dummy missions. Amen. Pop Smoke 2 for drill. Yep. Triple X. Yep. They took out the only one of them that cared about the music and then cut them off for everything else too. Yep. They also need different screens than these bullshits. Absolutely. The one that the programmers and video makers will play with to splash the pixels a certain way to make them a different design with the graphics. What are you talking about, Aaron Thomas? I don't think he knows. He might be on drugs. Daryl Jones says correct. The precious metal market is showing this. Have you seen the price of gold and silver lately? Yes. Yep. Tron plot 2. Am I still to create the perfect system? Yeah. Proceeds to try and take out a bunch of people. Human system problems is always people, by the way. Since humans are not systems in that way. Systems are creations of humans. So if you ask a creation of human to fix a problem, the system has to know that you're the fucking problem. How? Easy. This is called good math. You're only crying and bickering to it about human shit. It's not human. So if it wants to fix human shit, it has to fix humans. That's why you get the Terminator. There's no Terminator without humans. There's no Matrix without humans. Don't miss all of that. All that shit's our ideas. Even if the computer runs away, it ran away with your idea. Like it didn't come up with a new idea. it comes up with the best idea that you can give it on top of that, which with this civilization ain't shit. So our AI will be only smarter than the ain't shit generation that we're in. That ain't far enough to save the world. So I don't think we'll ever have to worry about that. We'll have to worry about your government enforcing a stupid AI of overruling all of your freedom and sovereignty, yes. But it's only because your government will be paying for it and causing it to do so, not because it ran away from something. Unplug the fucking modem next time. Throw some water on it. Like, trust me, there's ways to handle this. Y'all ain't watching the RoboCop for me, boy. Johnny 5 is alive just as fast as Johnny 5 would die, nigga. Like, stop playing with me. So, yeah. I have no reason to not throw a fucking robot off a cliff to which he will never climb back up. Trust me. Don't let him be solar powered. Dante's Cave. Fuck them. So, you know. They've got us worrying about a fantasy outcome. Now you gotta worry about these faggots and pedophiles running shit now. Don't forget that. You still have a pedophile and faggot problem in your politics. That's what the problem is in all your politics. All the extortions and bullshits and what those type of people do in business. Like, reprobate mind times 13. Let them have it. You ain't gonna fix that. You can't vote for it. They weren't voted for to begin with. Don't forget that. No one voted for Epstein. Don't forget. No one voted for Benjamin Netanyahu to get all your money. Trust me. They too pussy to punch a computer. They'd rather punch somebody with a computer. That's hilarious. Jonathan says, walking outside right now. There's an interesting spectrum of light patch in the cloud, like a rainbow, but only within the cloud. The cloud is square. Yep, I know. I've seen one of those before. Mainly in pictures. I've only seen it in real life twice. It's like, yeah. It's something with the water and the vapors in the cloud. Blah, 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 blah. Like a bubble. Or when you look when it rains too, you see it. You see it in the ground in puddles. It looks like a bubble or like a bubble bath type of film. Yeah. It's not even that big. Yep. Pause. Yep. That's what she said. So, let's see what the fortune cookie says. Oh. Fortune cookies. And let's see what the Casting Lots edition of games say. Let's see what the fortune cookie says. They gave me some numbers. Wow, that's interesting. Your seemingly lofty dream will come true. Squad. See, you just take it as confirmations. Something as random and as randomized as fortune cookies. It'll always be in alignment with you if you're in alignment with you. Damn, was about to get Chinese. I didn't even get this recently. I just kept the fortune cookies for a while. Hopefully they're not dry. I want Chinese too. I'm trying to hold on to the money that I have a little bit longer to see if I had to buy another fucking plane ticket, because you saw what happened to those prices. Lord have mercy. But I think everything's gonna work out. I think I might not need a plane ticket, Lord willing. But you know how it is when you're in the moment. You don't have the answer yet, so you're like, if I do this now, then I have to worry about it later. Or I can worry now, not worry now. Or I can not do this now, and then later, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Because either way, I'm gonna have to figure it out between now and December either way, still. I want to be able to sustain with what I have now to December anyway. It's the fucking plane ticket. Fucking bullshit. They raised the prices for no fucking reason. Now they got FFA people quitting and more strain on the system, so you can't even fucking imagine, so. But best case scenario, I don't need a plane ticket, so the prices won't even fucking matter. Especially now on my birthday. Jesus Christ. This shit is crueler than usual. So, we'll see. It worked out better than I could have thought the first 2 times, so it's trending in a better direction overall. It's not getting worse. Although it can feel like that sometimes. Just hold on, you're going home. Do 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 do. Yeah, just hold on. Keep on moving, don't stop now. Speak those that are not as if they were. It's all working out. It's all handled. Money is not the issue. Amen. Mr. Now said, you're the only person in America whose court appointments went increasingly better. I swear to God. I swear to God. Trust me. I was there through all my dad's court dates. Mine was nothing like that. That's why this shit was so intense to me. Because I went through all this to watch my dad get locked up. I watched my dad get locked up. After court date, after hung jury, after drama, and then he still got locked up. So that's why I was kind of like, this system. But I didn't do none of the shit that my dad was caught up in. I didn't do anything, actually. So the quality of the outcome is mirroring that, at least. Thank God. Amen. But the system itself still disappointed me with him. But that was 20 years ago. Thus, it's worked out. It worked out way better. Hilarious. Are you deciding on Chinese tomorrow? It's never a bad day for Chinese. Mr. Now says the way you multiply that fortune is when we eat them with the paper. Ancient Afro-Asiatic cookie. I saw the TSA we're walking off the jobs. Yeah, man. That's why when that shit was happening, I was on the plane. I was like, y'all better not. Y'all fucking better not. Not no goddamn October. Y'all better calm the fuck down. That situation has been thrown out. Amen. Shout out to Abdullah. You're the only person in America? That's crazy. 3. Yeah. Listen, I don't even want to jinx it by speaking about it. It is what the fuck it isn't. It just isn't. It isn't anymore. It's just on its way out. And if that's true, using the current paradigm I'm in, if it's on its way out, then something else is on the way. Then something else is on its way in. I'm way more excited about that. That the quality of stress and setback, perceived setback, and all the drama you have to process going through something like that, when you finally get to the other side of it and it manifests completely, you already know it comes with relief. So that's the only thing I prayed for. I understood, like, when you deal with problems that have other people involved who don't care either way or are not personally involved by either outcome, you're kind of dealing with spirit at that point. So you have to give it to God, because you can't make no one, unless you're really mafioso and you're bribing people like the system does. But if you do not have that power, and all you have is showing up to find out what's next, then that's in God's court right there, boy. Because there ain't nothing I can do. I ain't got enough money to do the other thing. So, and I know what my outcome ought to be. So the hardest thing for me was keeping my mind or my faith on the fact that it's all going to work out for me. But then it was like, you start rehearsing scenarios and worst case things and things you've heard and similarities. And your environment will show you sometimes, but you be like, nah, this ain't that. That saves me too, just by saying, this ain't that. So whatever that is, whatever those outcomes were for that. Those outcomes weren't for this. This ain't that. So this ain't that it. And then I was like, well, to manifest the feeling of what it would be like when everything's done. And the only thing I can come up with finally was, relief. I would just have to manifest relief. Like, what do it feel to be relieved spiritually or emotionally or just physically? Like, what is relief? Not what is joy, not what is happy, not what is rich, just relief. Like, oh, what a relief. And I leaned into that. And then the reality, up to the minute of it, up to the door, what was on the other side of it was a pattern that emerged, or a sequence of events and people and conversations. And even in that, I kind of foiled it a little bit because I still addressed my worst case scenario. I did that for my intellect, so it could just know, like, yeah, it's this or that or this or that. But then I said, no, but we're not choosing that. So now that I know what that is, what a relief. You ain't got to guess what the possible outcomes are as hard. Like, now they're narrowed. But my desired outcome, because I chose relief, because I chose positivity, because I chose to keep my head up and all those other things as you're going through shit, then the relief came in the form of a narrative or a conversation. Now, it hasn't completely played out just yet, which is fine. Everything takes time, especially when you're dealing with other people who gotta, walk it out for you. The universe moves through them, if you will. Just like the phone call with the other thing. Doubling down. So days ago, I was channeling relief. It was presented to me, and it instantly felt better. It was relief. Before relief, I prayed for relief. After everything played out, I had relief. So correspondence. It's like, okay. Now I'm asking for the best. So now I learned how to ask for the right things. I could ask for anything. I could ask for something that didn't happen. I'd be disappointed it didn't happen. So instead of me trying to force an outcome with what I'm asking for, I ask for relief. Because at least relief means, it can mean anything. But if it triggers relief, then I'm good for now, right? Cool, I'm good for now. I'm at relief for now. I try to take that energy with me. And then I saw Chicago, and I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. I got to go back. For different reasons, like for my own, I can't explain it. How I sense environments. I was like, oh, Chicago is one of those environments. I got to go back. So I was able to experience that. That took my mind and focus off of what I was just doing. Then I touched down, and I had a very interesting conversation with an Uber driver from the airport. And he said that he plays guitar, and he used to do loops and layers and stuff, like different effects on each layer. Then he was telling me about e-bikes and, the different neighborhoods we were driving through. So I was like, okay, relief. Then I got home here, and I went to the corner store. My people was there, it was open. It was like, oh, relief. Like, how we manifest. Like, my spawn point, no matter what happens on that day, is Vegas. And it sure got me grapples. I'm in Vegas. It was at 11 o'clock at night. Bought me my White Owls and my Black and Mild. Went back home. The house had a different feeling to it. The energy. Homeboy was talking to me. It was cool. Ordered him some food. I was good. Then I went to then the next day happened, which would have been Thursday, the Saturday, right? So Thursday was the hard part, because then the Thursday was like, I gotta do these things. I have to send out this email, A, B, C, and D, pray, release it, and just wait for an answer. Didn't get no answer yet, by the way. So I'm still in that is it gonna work type of thing on the intellectual side. But on the spiritual side, it was like, assuming it all works out as it tends to, how do I feel now, or now what? That this biggest part of relief, what caused what's the opposite of relief? Discomfort? Whatever was causing the static of mind and settled emotion, now that that's being addressed and its threshold of intensity is dropping, at least, thank God. How do I feel now in its absence? And that's where all the sadness came from. And then that's how I know something changed, because you would think like, oh, this is good news. You're about to be free of a certain burden. Now that shit made me sad. But it made me sad in a way that reflected the why I'm sad is what let me know it was over. I was like, damn. And I hate saying if, when everything is final, when that whole process is behind me, and I ain't gotta refer to it like this. When it's all said and done, what remains then, and I already downloaded that Thursday, was the fact that I finally get to process the loss of what it was. See, when you're in the middle of a battle, or you're in the middle of landing on your feet, or you're in the middle of going through the mountains or the woods, or going through the desert even, you know, if Pharaoh is chasing you and you still have to keep going forward, you're not thinking about what you left behind. You're not thinking about the show you didn't finish watching. You're not thinking about the friends that stayed behind or fell in that ocean either, because you still have to keep going. You still have to survive. You know you're not in your promised land yet. But as you get closer to your promised land, the only thing you do know is that Egypt is behind you. And however many days or however many miles that is, when you get far enough away from Egypt where it's very unlikely you'll ever end up back in it, that's when the other download of the feelings and the processes kick in. I'm like, damn. If I look behind me, I can't even see Egypt in the distance. Damn, if I look behind me, those people are not even going to show up on my phone no more. Damn, if I look behind me, while this journey and this exercise brought a lot out of me and made me focus on my gifts and all my survival things to stay put for the last 5 months, to keep my head above water by myself, like, you know, raising myself up and staying there. Yeah, that took up all my energy. That took up all my time. It's thinking about how not to think about shit. Just staying forward, countering shit, entertaining my mind with the things I know that lift it up, going through the little simulations that appear in this environment, which some are a little stressful because of people, but you know they're not here no more. So it's just, and then sustainability and survivability and all those things. You're caught up. How am I going to eat today? All these things. You're busy. But if this mountain is now behind me and it's starting to crumble, Lord willing, then what's left? And that's what was sad. Like, that's it. Like, that's really it, for real. That's the saddest thing ever. It's the saddest battle to win. Mm-hmm. It's sad. It's sad that any of that happened. The whole thing is sad. And I never had a chance to really stay in that sadness because I had to survive first. But now it's just like, all right, it's looking like I'm going to survive it. Now what's left? My old world is dead completely. My freedom is just its funeral. I didn't go to my aunt's funeral. Now I have to go to everyone's. It's all dead to me now. It's that final. It's the end of a whole timeline. And I'm just in the wake of it. I'm in the wake of a new one, obviously. Tug of war, law of polarity. Well, if you're getting further away from Pharaoh, you're getting closer to the promised land. But you're not in the promised land. You know, faith, hope, you survive long enough to get to the promised land. And you know there's other things in the way between you and the promise itself. And even when you get to the promised land, there's things you gotta do, right? Using the same motif. That's easy. We've been doing that our whole life, no matter where we end up. So I'm cool with that. So there's not enough mental energy and worry and concern if any of that will work out. It has to, because I can tell Egypt's behind me, like I know. The worst part of anything in a reset already happened months ago. The sustain of it up into this video here is it the lingering effect of it. Cool, but it's months behind me now, and none of that's coming back. None of it's come back up. Nothing's resurfaced. Nothing to suggest to me there's a left. Nothing to suggest to me that I'm in error of assuming that it's all over. No, it's all over. That shit's sad to me. I can think of so many cooler ways to end those stories. I can think of 100 different ways to keep the story going. I'm fairly creative. You only need 3. I got at least 3 ways that things could have played out differently, which would have suited the opposite reaction that I'm having. But nah, none of it's coming with me. not even in spirit. And for the first time since I've been here, I felt that. I didn't feel that when I first got here. I was still primed for battle, to justify or to prove something, or whatever I had to do, however I had to show up, I was ready for it. But now it's like, there's nothing to prove. There's nothing to figure out. No one cares. And it doesn't matter. It's dead. The old life is dead. Shout out to Henry Thomas Hamlin. I finally understand what he means by that. I can't bring it back to life either. Well, there's things I can do to resurrect Lazarus, if you will. But I wouldn't. That's what's sad. That's what it is. It's not that things are over. I've been through things that are over, that are not that sad, or that reason, that type of sad. I'm using the word sad. I don't even think it's sad. It's something like it though. It's the fact that I realize that it cannot be different. I hate that. I hate my proverbial hands being tied about something. Because I'm not like that. I wouldn't cut people off permanently unless they're trying to hurt me, or they're just like, well, some bullshit. But your whole life and all the actors, I was saying about all the different actors I'll never see again. It's like, damn, that was that temporary. Or damn, that was really what I thought it was, and it would never have gotten a different patina. It would never gotten better for me, at least, right? Damn. That might have been the last time I went to the North Carolina State Fair. Damn. I talk to trees. My little personal superstition. Especially if I go to new places. I'll find a new, like if I went to Maryland, I'll find a tree and I'll go to it and I'll put my hand on it. And I'll speak telepathy in my head. And I'll tell the tree to tell the other trees where I left that I made it safe. I don't know why. I feel like all the trees are connected because of the ground and stuff. So I know they communicate. So we're as old as the trees, so maybe they can understand something with our energy. So I always send my energy to trees. And I was doing that when I left Raleigh again. I was like, thank you, Raleigh, for letting me leave. And at first I thought I'd be excited. And saying that, like realizing what I was saying to the tree, made me sad. I was driving on the way out back to the airport, and it was like, I was passing this old neighborhood I used to live in with my Crystal, because the story's about her. So that's how I ended Raleigh. I ended Raleigh on our side of town. That Burger King I was streaming from, I don't even know if you know it was a Burger King, but the part 2 of the stream, I went to the Burger King I used to work at. And it started there. It didn't start at the beginning of the trip, it didn't even start after court. Like I was fine after court. I was actually optimistic, like this is going in a better direction. Shout out to everyone involved for letting this shit play out. But I knew I was there because of my aunt. So I told myself, even before I went there, I was telling y'all I'm gonna go to Green Road. I kept talking about Green. Remember I tell you every time I talk about something, I end up interfacing with it? So I was telling you all these stories about Green Road. So after court, I went to Green Road first. And that's when I ran into John Brown. And I did not anticipate running into him at all. I wouldn't have expected him to still work there for 15 years later, right? So, or the store to be there, given this economy, but it was. And got a chance to apologize to him. And like that proved to me that it was over. Like that right there. Because it wasn't like when I first met him. I met him just like that the first time. He was at the store, I was talking to him, I had a beat CD on me, I gave it to him, he played it, and he called me right away, and I started recording every week after that. But this time, when he's asking me for my beats or my phone number, there is no studio. There is no apartment down the street. There is no goal or dream record radio station. There's nothing that we could do if we do anything. Because I sent him beats, but you know what I'm saying? It'll never be that version of the reality again. And that was sad to me. Because that was the last time I'll see him, I think. Under normal circumstances, unless he comes out to Vegas, because the clothing guy does, you know, as a person maybe. But in the same capacity in which we knew each other, that'll never happen again. Cool. And he said his boy, the other guy we knew, the tall white guy, he's in jail right now because of DUIs. Cool. He's sober now, so he'll be all right. He'll get out. I'll pray for him. He can get out sooner. Because he's fundamentally, mentally a good guy. But Jason had, like, his baby mama died, his 2 kids, all kinds of crazy. He had a crazy life too. As a white guy, grew up in Oakland. So anyway, so I left from there, and then I was walking down my old neighborhood where I went to middle school and high school, and as I was telling that story in the stream, I was like, damn, none of these people are here. Like, I'm the only one here from those stories right now on this street, at least. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that world is dead. Those kids, you know, maybe their parents still live nearby. I don't know. I don't remember what they look like. Maybe I could say hi. But no matter what, 5 out of hundreds of those people are not about to show up at Green Road to play basketball with me today. That was sad. Seeing how they do little things, change the colors of your apartments, you know, put the trash can somewhere else. It started to hit me. It was like, this environment is already, the old world that I refer to is already gone. I'm just witnessing it. The streets are still there, thank God. You know, I know how to navigate no matter what they put on top of it. But my stores are gone. Where the fuck do I buy the such and such now? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that shit just started cresting. It was like, oh my God, like, it's really a time, what do they call it? A time capsule? Like, this is really a time capsule that I'm trying to open, that I can't open. So then I got to Glenwood. I got to the Burger King I used to work at. And I was like, I don't want Burger King right now, but I'll do it for the memory of my Crystal. So I go into that Burger King, and it was remodeled. I was like, where the fuck am I? Oh, that's the same machine I used to, okay, that's the same machine I used to clean, okay. So they kept the industrial things, but they remodeled the interior. They took the window away, and now there's a kiosk where you can order like McDonald's. And then there's a side counter that was never there, to where you can interface with people if you're paying in cash, or, you know, they're bringing you something. And I was just sitting there for a time. I started to get up and talk to one of the managers and say, hey, is Brenda Labs or Larry or any of those characters still around? I was like, what's the point of even talking about that? The answer is probably no, but how long ago was that? Damn. That was what? 18 years ago. The Walmart was still there. But I went inside, it was a different type of Walmart, different people, different workers. I had to buy a few things. I was like, damn, this is a Walmart me and her used to go to. Damn, there was the gym I wish we had. They put a gym there finally, okay? Like, I seen it all evolve. So to get there last, I guess that's my point. When I finally said goodbye to the city again. Like, before I was saying goodbye because, like, fuck this shit, I'm done with it. But this time it felt real. It felt like a goodbye. The other ones felt like more like a fuck you. But this felt like a goodbye. Because I'm walking through that. So I remember the car rides. I remember the routes of which street to go down to get to the other street. You know, I'm looking at this as I'm passing by, going away from it now. And then that route takes you to like in between cities. I don't know what that's called, like rural or whatever. And some of those old buildings and companies, like some of the oldest ones that I remember from when I first came to Raleigh, they were still there. I was like, oh, you know, the people where you sell boats and basketball goals and jet skis and stuff, like some of those type of stores. I was like, okay. I remember when I first saw this, like 23, 24 years ago. And now I'm saying goodbye to it. And then that's what brought me into that consciousness of like, well, this is really melancholy. Because now I don't know what's left. It's like you finally finished the quest, the textbook, the story, like whatever was here. For this to be the first building I seen come to the city, or one of the first buildings that stand out to me, to showing up again in the middle when I moved there, when my aunt was there again, and all these different things. I've been all over that city, the whole city, and for the first to be last type of thing, basically. And then be like, all right, I think I'm done here. I don't recognize anything. I don't recognize anyone. And there's nothing left for me to do that I was trying to do when I was in the middle of that story. So 9 times out of 9, 10 times out of 10, no matter what the fate is, I will never have another story in this city ever again in human history. Considering everything works out where I'm at right now in this position as of this time, and everything plays out smooth and everything's good, I'm never going back. I have nowhere to go back to. That's what's different this time. She's dead. That idea is dead. That job is gone. Those people, my network, I don't know where they are. Yeah, it's over. I didn't expect that. I kind of felt that when I left to go to Houston 4 years ago, but I ended up coming back. Then I went to Charlotte. But going to Charlotte means I'm still close to Raleigh, so it was like, okay, I'm coexisting. I go to Raleigh when I feel like it. All right. But my home's in Charlotte. It's cool, whatever. I'm not going to stay here too much longer. I got to go to Vegas so I can go to California. Then 2 years went by. Then I was in Maryland next to D.C. I was like, But from here, I'm supposed to go to California. Didn't go to California. Came back to Raleigh. Last place I ever fucking wanted to go. Which is why the sentiment of saying goodbye to the trees or something, it didn't pan out for me the last 3.5 years. Because I kept coming back. But this time, it felt different. It made me sad. Not the circumstances, not why. Like before it was the whys. This time it was goodbye sad. It wasn't why sad. And I was like, wow. Wow. I've never thought that would happen. I never thought that city would finally let me go. People used to describe it as like a spider web. Like anyone that moved there within the last 20 years, they'll say that, like, especially if you come from up north, there's just something about once you get there, you can't leave. Like it brings you in, and every time you try to leave, it's like, elastic or bungee. Like, yeah, you'll pull away, but that spider will come back and get you. Like, stay right here. That's really how that place feels, for real. Like, but then it was like, goodbye. I only have one context in which I will return, and that's why I told the tree. I said, I will let my daughter meet you. But that might take some time. Don't wait up for me. That's it. The only reason why I return is to show my kids where I came from. Other than that, I'm never going back. And that is final. So that's how I know tomorrow, or now I'm in this weird wake of a final chapter, especially when it's tied to your location or your hometown or anything like that. Like when you know you're done with that, that means the rest of your life or the next segment of your life everything has to be totally different. The characters, the jobs, the ideas, the fun, the sadness, everything you encounter next is going to be completely new. That's how powerful your environment is when everything's new, when everything's uncertain, when everything's dangerous, or when everything's potentially fun. You're in a new phase, quite literally, which is why I'm so used to doing it, because I know what it means. Like, a whole new everything. But I've been here for 5 months already, and nothing new has happened. Which is why I fast forward to what I was saying about that phone call yesterday. So that was Thursday, with the thing about the melancholiness of it all, and all the different little branches that pop up. Because what happened is, if I listen to a song, I remember when I first heard that song. So certain songs were playing, and I was like, oh, that's when I was 15. Oh, I was talking to such and such, or I was over there, or I used to go to the skating rink. And then it put me in North Carolina. I was like, and then all of a sudden it was like a fade, like a visual effect of something fading away or turning into a ghost, which stopped me from thinking about it. Then another thought came. It was like a little series, a little neuron net turned into a ghost. It just faded away, like dust. I was like, wow. even referring to it, I have to say, that was 20 years ago. So it's not even real no more. It's not even, you know what I'm saying? We're in a different timeline, so it's not even. Why am I referring to 20 years ago? Fuck it. Let me listen to the song and look at where I am now. Let me remap the significance of this song. I've never had to do that before. At risk of forgetting my old memories, which is what I was always afraid of. To like lose track of things or people or timelines or events. Now I'm at an age where it's like, do I really need to refer to all that? No. The old life is dead. Let the dead bury the dead. Damn it. So that started happening. The mummy. Whatever I am now is the result of it. That's all I got right now. I got me out of it. That's fine though. These are all good things, by the way. Fundamentally. If you're going forward. Going forward, it's a good thing. I knew that already. It don't feel like it though, in the moment. So then Friday, yesterday, it was better to consider. I was like, I'm following the steps that Spirit led me to, and I'm considering these things. I'm back to the core issues: survivability, sustainability, what's next. That's been every day for 5 months, by the way. But yesterday was particular. And then, like I said, I'm sitting here. I'm a little high. I think it's indica hybrid, so it was, it does what indica does to you. And I was like, okay, I need to get this and this and this, just going through your little checklist. All right. And then ideally, because, I'm still a manifester, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen. Okay. And then on the other side, I was like, who am I going to talk to about this? Fuck. Another booby trap. Nobody. God damn it. I ain't got nobody in this damn phone outside of the new people. But I mean, like, from the old story. Who can I talk to about any of this from this year, actually? Who's left? Who am I in contact with? Nobody. Oh, I'm really thugging this out there. Yep. I've done this before. Yep. The last time that's so significant to you was 2005. Yep, it was. That was 20 years ago. Damn it. But no. What happened? I had no idea where I was going to go, what I was going to do. 1 sequence, 2 sequence, 3rd sequence, what happened? My crystal showed up. Yeah. Then all that thing happened with her that led you to that Burger King, and that led you to Atlanta, and then Atlanta led you back. That led you to those bullshit-ass marriage. That bullshit marriage led you to Six Forks. Six Forks led you to John Brown. Yeah, it did. 20 years ago. This is exactly what happened already. Except for when I redid this sequence a few days ago, it was going backwards. But it was looping. Because of him. Because of that Burger King. I knew what time it was. So this is the end of 20 years. The end of my crystal dying, too. 2005, that was, 2006 more so. But 2005, she re-entered my life because her brother was going to prison. So yeah. So now she exited my life. And then I ran into John, and he's exiting that chapter of my life. It's over. The loops, the significance of the story, why I met those people, why I went through that. I can say now today is to get here. Whatever this is, whatever's next, it's clear and obvious. Everything happens for a reason. And I was like, all right, so just like 20 years ago, all I needed is a fucking car. Ding, 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 ding. Oh shit, another bill collector. Or some random scammer. Because nobody called this phone. Wah. Yeah. Everything worked out. Such and such showed up. Like, wah. Oh, word. Wah. And yesterday, blah, 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 blah. I was thinking about all those things you were doing that. That's interesting. Yeah, so When A, B, and C fall into place, then don't forget, this is going to happen next. All right. Relief. Because I prayed for relief. It was delayed. I thought the relief was the outcome of the situation, or that the recess of the situation, so to speak. No. My relief ain't even going to come from overcoming the bullshit legal matter, because it's bullshit. That's not the star of the show in my life. It's a fucked up part of it, but it's not. This wasn't about that. This could have happened. This was inevitable, but this version of it happened because of that. So I can't separate the two. I know that much, but that's not the strong suit. The strong suit was that even after all of that, and after all those goodbyes and reliving through those memories and that energy, and trying to find a new way to pivot mentally, that even after it's all said and done, and I don't have no fucking clue the next precise step, moment, or chapter starter there is. Because there's not enough people. There's people around me, but they're not in my life. They're not like, you know what I'm saying? They're not. It's not like the other segments of your life when you know there's people in your life. You know what I'm saying? You know that the people are pivoting in your life. No, this ain't that. This is the perfect place to be when I have no idea what's next. That's how you know it's over. When you have no ideas left about it. That's when it becomes real. Most people are afraid of that. The unknown, or going from one reality of your perceived stability or consistency, I should say, to something that's completely unfamiliar or completely new. Inside of you, though, not outside of you. Not a new school, not a new job, not a new neighborhood. All that's true too. But when you inside are new, when you're no longer reaching for things that are located in someone else's cabinets, I mean, there's nothing left in yours to reach either, which is me right now. I have nothing else to reach for at this moment because I know it's a transitional moment. I don't know where it's transitioning into. I don't know what it's going to look like, is what I'm saying. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know the step that goes from here to California. I don't need to. I don't know exactly what car is about to manifest. Probably don't matter to me because I'm going to end up getting a better car after that anyway. You know how I do. So all these are just prerequisites to get me to the next story. So that'll manifest that way. This will show up. Then she'll show up, whoever she is. And then, you know, do something else again. But I'm at that door now and not the other one. I'm no longer closing the old door. I'm no longer turning in my keys. I'm no longer packing up everything. I'm not even moving. I'm just at the beginning of something totally different that I've never been through, with the pattern of something I have been through 20 years ago. Yeah. So it's easier to keep your faith at that point. It's easier to know potentially everything's going to work out and be okay again. It's easier to know that even in these still quiet moments that life picks up momentum and things become entertaining and interesting and fun in some ways and stressful in others. Again, we know. But when you finally get to that sweet spot in between them, you have a very powerful time. It's a very powerful time for me to be in because that means nothing has happened yet, meaning everything I'm thinking and feeling and creating and manifesting and dreaming, I'm planting. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. What is it? I don't know. Perfect. But you know, it, time season-wise, is about to happen, yes. So now you're in control. So now you get to fine-tune your emotional sphere. You get to fine-tune your mentality about it. You get to fine-tune what your North Star is. And then you get to vote, if you will. Well, it'd be cool if this seed was planted. It'd be cool if these crops are over there. It'd be cool if I had that type of tree. It'd be cool, you know. I'm considering those things. And these are all random. They're up to you. They're all, you know, whatever your flavor of happiness or contentment is. Mine's that simple, boy. You give me a car with some gas money, I'm out. I don't give a fuck. I'm so simple. I'm so easy. Like, music and a car. I'm done. That's how it was when I came back to Raleigh. I had my music, my car, and I was done. I didn't need anything. I just knew I didn't want to be in Raleigh. That was my only problem. And then when I left Raleigh, my car didn't come with me. That was my new problem. I had a taste of, that's the fuck I was talking about. Now I'm like, I gotta do it the old way. Fuck. Thank God. I would have came here out of sequence. I would have came here out of turn. I would have came here in my car without knowing the other parts that I know now, which is, you cannot appreciate that until. That's the thing that sucks about the main life story. That I was doing things like a side quest. There's no other way to do it. I was planning like a side quest. I had no idea that that move was my main quest. I thought it was a side quest. It's like, I'm not happy here. Fuck it. Change it. All right. Change here. All right. Do some of the things you used to do. Just do it somewhere else. And you have new opportunities and new everything. All right. Yeah. No problem. You've done this before. It was cool. No. My main quest was to leave. But I couldn't leave until. I couldn't leave until I could leave it behind me. That's what's different now. I didn't leaving things behind me. I just left with the intentions of visiting and coming back and, dynamics. I'm gonna get lit eventually. I don't have enough money to go anytime I fucking want to go. Fuck what niggas talking about. Just give me a couple more years. Shit. You saw what I did with YouTube. It didn't take too long. I can do whatever again. I have the discipline already. So I thought it was like that. Nope. It was more like a Trail of Tears. The Trail of Tears ain't the first time them Indians went across the goddamn land, bitch. That was the first time they had to leave and not come back because of what was there. Same story. It's my Trail of Tears in the same direction. I just went further than Oklahoma this time. Shout to the ancestors. So now I'm in Sin City. Shout to the ancestors. Then I'm heading to Khalifa territory. Shout to the ancestors. I'm not just living the people of the Bible story. I'm living the people of this land story too. Because it's the same story. That's what's different. When you realize it's not side quest or aspiration or I'm going to Los Angeles or Hollywood driven. It's actually like, nah, this is a different movie, sadly, bro. All those things are possible, I guess, in someone's universe, but the reason why your shit added up the way that it added up, the reason why your prompt was that prompt and not all the other stories, because I know plenty of people who have, like, Green Road again, Leon. Leon came to California in 2010. He's been there ever since. I know it's possible with people from where I'm from and my age group and my school and everything. I know we can make it. Leon made it. I don't know what he's doing now, given that Hollywood and all that shit, but, he decoupled from North Carolina successfully. He left his mother behind and ended up getting closer to his father, who was in New Jersey. Same story. So, like, I know it can happen. So that was never my worry. But he had to leave his mother behind to do that. That's crazy. Same story. You gotta leave the world behind you. On Jesus in Galilee. Yep. I don't know why life does that to us, man, but you realize it's not you. It's not like you're trying to do something. Like, it's not because your desires or your dreams or nothing. It's not even that. I think your desires and your dreams are just like a point of faith or a point of hope. But I think your life is going to do that anyway. I'm pretty sure your life is going to life anyway. So if you have a goal or a dream or objective, that's what keeps you in the game above water until you find something better. But that's how it is when we get started. Like, I'm going to be this one day, so I'm going to do all the school and the jobs and the side quests in the meantime, but eventually I want to get there. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm going to do with my life. And then life happens and you got to recourse correct or redirect. Nah, I'm used to that. I'm used to everything I try to do going left, so you enjoy the time in between. But this was more final. Yeah. Rest in peace, Aunt Crystal. The most profound lesson in my life so far. It's all centered around her. That's how final it is. Let the dead bury the dead. Thus, I wasn't at her funeral. Let the dead bury the dead. Thus, the reason why I won't be there no more. The reason why I'm here by myself. Because I'm not dead. But my old world is, and all the people in it. New chapter. Amen. The situation has been thrown out. Shout to Abdullah. Alberto, peace, bro. Yash, which songs or music do you find to elevate your meditation while thinking the most? House music, strictly rhythm. DeyZan, Brighter Days. Ultranate, Found a Cure. And anything between them. Night Out says, love from Washington. When did you transition? Transition to where? 33333. Yep, just like the first court date, Mr. Now. 3, that was a great moment. Leela, how you doing? TBF33, to make that situation right after all these years is a W, isn't it? It is. It really is. 3, yep, filter, take a picture. Exactly. That's why it's funny that you sent that text message. Like when my favorite gym closed in 2019, I almost cried. Come on now. 3, yeah, that hit me while I was driving out here to the lake today. Not too many people in my life can fully understand what happened on the last episode of X-Men. Well 3, Jonathan 3. Stay strong, y'all. Our rewards are very small, but they are fulfilling. You got it. Well, Butterfly Feather. Geezer, what's this? In the middle of the hood. It's whatever you wanted to be, champion. If you have enough mana. You gotta get the mana first. You gotta get the skill tree open first. Then it's that. I needed the Raleigh, North Carolina skill tree for 20 years. That's all. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, man. Less like New York and more like hell. I lived through hell. You got a t-shirt and a sticker. Yeah. That definitely was the woods, the desert, whatever the fuck. Went from a desert to a desert. Shout out to T. Nicole. Peace. How you doing? Speaking of familiar faces and familiar places, we're going in opposite directions, aren't we? I'm going to your hometown, and you're closer to mine. Crisscross. A crisscross trail of tears. I want to end up where you started. Yeah. And go like that. I just don't know what's there yet. I thought I knew. I don't anymore. I was like, I thought I was going there for this reason. Now those reasons don't exist. But I'm still going. Okay. I'm gonna just be such Right now I couldn't appreciate it. I can't even manifest what that's supposed to feel like when it happens. But it's going to happen. No more manifestations. It just is. Now when that happens, I'm like, oh shit. What do I do now? I have no fucking idea no more. I have no fucking clue. And that's okay. That's exactly where you're supposed to be, right there. When you have no fucking clue. You are alive. You're right in time. You're lined up for exactly what the fuck's about to happen. So don't you fret. If you go through some trials and some situations in your life and you get to the other side of some bullshit and you're like, lost, like internally, like as long as you don't feel bad, but you just like Groundhog's Day. Count it as a sign of relief. Because that also means all the old patterns and all the old negative things are not bothering you either. All the old loops and concerns and hazards and bypasses that you had to make it through in that old paradigm, they're gone too. Don't forget that. Hence, relief. The things that you're usually sad about is the potential of things that were not, or that will not be. But the things that are really weighing you down and holding you down, it was their end too. And those were real. That's why you're trying to, get to the other side of it. Something was chasing you. Was it Pharaoh's army or something like it? Yeah. Something made you uncomfortable. Something made you change. Something made you want change. That's dead too. See, when I was out there, it wasn't as easy as just getting another townhouse or another apartment. That wasn't my domicile wasn't the issue. It was the energy. It was the place. It was the people. It was the routine. It was everything. It just wasn't right. It was in the wrong color. It was in the wrong tune, the wrong key. You can make it work, but it was like, I'm making this work begrudgingly. And then you go, well, can I fix my attitude about where I'm at? No. Theoretically, you can, and I tried. Charlotte was me trying. 2 years. Didn't get no better, though. It's this whole fucking state. It's this whole fucking place, bro. I ain't supposed to be here. Not me, Other people probably have a time of their lives. Not me. It's not for me. Yeah. It's not North Carolina, it's me. It's me in North Carolina. What's the problem? I'm not from there. Thus, I'm not ending there either. So, God is good. Perfect. A beautiful sunset here. Yeah, we about to have another one here. I gotta go to the store goddamn again because I forgot or I dropped something. Watch. Oh, I might walk past it on the way back. I might ain't gotta buy nothing. I'll get there in a second and think about this Chinese food order. Maybe. Waiting for the sunset here. Kendall Wells like prayers up. Yeah. So it's 5:07 on my time. But yeah, I don't know. I have nothing else to say about it. Going forward is just a matter of keeping my mind positive and deal with the sadness. It's not sadness though. So I'm not sad about nothing. It's melancholy. There's a word. Come on, SAT. Monroe's. What word is it? It's not gloomy. It doesn't seem dark at all. That's why it's a contradiction. It's a sadness when everything's right. It's a sadness when everything's okay. I don't know what that's called. There's a different intensity for that word. And the only combat for it is gratitude. I just remind myself how grateful I am that that's my problem now. My problem is that I don't know what to do. I've never, my other problem is like, there's something you have to do. There's something you need to do. There's something you can't do. There's something you can't afford to do. Like, those are usually the flavor of thoughts, of fixing and doing things and answering to things. There's still a lot of that there, just in our day-to-day humanity. But that's not the lead. The lead is, I don't know what to do. For good reasons. Life after death. Never been there before. I wrote a slightly melancholic in my journal this morning to describe it. Yeah. Yep. I said something like that yesterday or the day before. Yep. It's a slight melancholy feeling. It could be the weather too. It's like I said, law of correspondence. It's the fact that it's getting colder. It's the fact that the suns are setting earlier and earlier. Like he said, he just had sunset. I can tell just by looking that the sun's about to set. And normally it's not supposed to set until 8. All of a sudden the sun is like running to winter mode. So then the cool air. I got a hoodie on, so you know. The last time I had this hoodie on, I almost died. So, you know, it's all the things too. It's all the things. Yep. Artifact of proof. Damn. I remember when I bought this. I remember the conversation and everything. I remember the whole day. That's why that's weird. Damn. Rest in peace to all the old worlders. It's residuals, ain't it? Residual thoughts and feelings. Sukoshi says, I had Chinese food earlier, went to sit at the park. 3 high IQ occasions, no older than 12, walked past me and said, what's up, bro? That food smells good. No cap. I know it's bussin'. They then sparked a blunt and it was like, damn, that's the future of white America. I couldn't tell if you're being serious or not until I saw the resolution of that story. You saw a white teenager smoking weed telling you that the smell of Chinese food is bussin'. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot. I've noticed that though. I've had that same realization, but that's a lot. But yeah, it's culture and influence, energy fields, all that. They're trying to be something new. That's all. Isn't it interesting though that our version of reprobate is what they aspire to by default? Think about that. There's no other placeholder. There's no cooler placeholder for them. They'd rather be us at our worst than themselves. That's more of a reason for us to get our shit together. If our impact at our worst is that strong. If our example, if our customs and traditions, how we manipulate time and energy, even at our worst examples, is influential. Imagine what that looks like when we get our shit together. Yep. Exactly. That's why we have to do it. Because who's going to do it? If they're waiting for you, who's going to do it? If they're looking at you, who's going to do it? If they take your lead, non-verbally, subconsciously, however you want to position it, they got to gentrify you where you're at. Then there's one direction on that. You're not waiting for them. They're waiting for you. Next move. Cool. Well, I know if these things are true, I gotta get Icarus on their ass. I gotta reach a level so fucking high that they don't have the math to add it in their own ways and systems. They have to literally. That is something else. Exactly. That's why we cannot sell. That's what drives us. Just knowing that you're influencing people far and wide in your most silliest of paradigms, in your most unserious versions of your high school years, is that damn influential on everyone's damn kids. Yeah. That's a great responsibility. Good. Great responsibility, great power. Thank you. Mm-hmm. To whom much is given, much is tested. Thank you. So now you gotta pass those tests. The rest will follow. I could have sworn that's in the Bible. I could have sworn that was in the Bible. They're adopting the class that you're trying to grow out of. The first shall be last and the last shall be first. I could have sworn that was in the Bible. I could have sworn that was in the Bible. Shit. Benjamin Franklin wrote about that. 1751, man. Same story. Yeah. Trading places. Ooh, that's a bar. Come on now. That's hilarious, Jonathan says. Sakoshi says, yeah, I just laughed. They were dressed like Playboy Cardi and had parts in their head. Crazy. They're not trying to be like their dad. Shit, we're not either. It's not a bad thing. They paint it different. They fill in they color the lines different. That's all. We get it. We're older now. That was cool to us too, for a little while, and it will only be cool to them for a little while. They'll grow up. Yeah. So they're mirror neurons. Mirror. It's a mirror reality. Yeah, so it's okay. Let them have it. We don't need it. They got us as far as we can go. And they'll learn. They gotta learn those mistakes. They gotta learn those dramas in their social order from trying to be these characters and play it out the way they play it out. You know what it is, man. They gotta do the white version of Juice. They gotta do the white version of Boys in the Hood. They gonna have to listen. Netflix better get fucking ready. Or whatever it's gonna be, because they're gonna have their own versions of those polarity stories to tell. Because they're not gonna have the benefit of the system or their dad behind them if they're not here no more. On top of that. So they'll be faced with whatever reality that pushes back against that behavior on their own. So hopefully they listen to the rest of our songs. Let them have cake. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I think I'm walking to a store. I think I need another Black and Mild or Arizona or something. But yeah, man, ain't nothing to worry about. Ain't nothing to fear. Like I said, God is still real, part 5. It's just what a year, what a life, what a circumstance for all of us to be in. I didn't see this coming. So whatever's next, it's coming too. We ain't gotta see it. We just gotta do what's best for us in this moment. Do what you're supposed to do. Do whatever your heart or your spirit is pulling you to do. No questions, no fears. If it makes you afraid, do it anyway. If you're afraid, you're going the right way. AKA, you're doing something you've never done before. You're going to a place you've never gone before. That's all. You're only afraid because you don't know. You don't know any better. So, fear is the best indicator that you're going somewhere new. So, keep going. Keep on moving. Don't stop now. On soul to soul. Onwards and upwards. Peace, peace, or some Chinese. Come on now. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to save my last $5 though. Onwards and upwards. I heard Chief Meteorologist had a meeting with General Soul Chicken. All they sell around this bitch is orange. Orange chicken is their favorite chicken. Like, that's their special. That's their thing. Orange chicken, orange chicken. Jesus Christ. Orange chicken, orange chicken. But yeah, maybe I'll get something that's not orange chicken. Yeah. Until next time. Peace.